Hey, what's up, everybody? We are up again, and yesterday I was streaming when my internet crashed, which is unusual. It hasn't happened much in the last year. It's been pretty good, so that was unfortunate. Actually, I I was hosting a Swiss tournament, and we got crashed at the beginning of the stream, and I managed to get a Wi-Fi hotspot up, and then it was working okay. I could play at least. I don't know about streaming. I can't get my desktop on Wi-Fi, but then my internet came back, so I switched back, and then I lost some time with like 9 seconds left in my game because my internet dropped out again, and that was the end. So I shouldn't have switched back, but I tried, and then it died. So I like Arsenal's wording. Yeah, we're always here. He sent me a message. He said, just in case there's an analysis stream tonight. So I don't know. Arsenal was here yesterday. That's right. I didn't play him, but he was. He played like 3 games in the tournament. So sorry for that, guys. But we rarely lose our internet. I don't know if the problem was on. I guess the problem was on the server side. But whenever you call like the tech guys, they're like, "Oh no, it's a problem with your modem. The problem is you." I'm like, "No, it's not." Don't believe them. They don't know what they're doing. They're not running a nuclear reactor. They're just noobs. They don't know what they can't tell like what the problem is. So anyway, tonight is analysis stream. Yeah, no, I mean it's like I told my family. I was like, look, these people don't know what they're talking about. I'll bet you, $20 that the internet will be back in the morning. And sure enough, it was working again. So if it was our modem that was the problem, yeah, that's like they don't know what they're doing, dude. They're not running a huge, complex thing that they understand everything about. They're just people. All right, so we got Etan, Sex I Draw, Yabata Sin in a Study by Afik Yohanan, and Richard Smith. All right, I just woke up. Um, so where are we gonna start? Yeah, where are we gonna start? Um, and the other thing is like I had to do the hotspot, and they like rip you off for the hotspot like data. To use a hotspot to like watch one TV show was like all of my data was like gone. It's just retarded. I should get like unlimited data for like a little bit extra. It's a simple study. All right, well, it's really hot in here. We uh we don't know where we're gonna start yet. Yabadis. We can start with that if you want. But it's not that many people here yet. Maybe I should turn on my air conditioner. All right. Oh, turn off the. Wait to play and draw. This is interesting. But both sides have pawns, on the original second rank, and Black's king is dominant on d4, but it's white to move. And study is white to play and draw. We don't usually do studies, but I told you about it. That's fine. Wonder what the trick could be. Is it a study, like really, or just like a puzzle? Um, Usually studies involve some artistic motif, some kind of. Mm. All right. What is today? Wednesday? Today's Thursday. Yeah, I lost track of Wednesday. Okay. So normally we'd want to get out of the way of the pawn, and we'd want to get out of the way of the pawn. And we can't get out of the way of the pawn toward the pawn because his king is blocking us. If we go the other way, like at the moment we're in the square of the pawn. So in order to draw, we either have to queen our pawn or stop his pawn, one or the other. Not that difficult, right? Problem is, if you try to go backwards to get back, he'll block you again with king d3. And so like king b5, f5, and then boom, 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 boom. He's 4 moves away from queening. I'm skeptical that that could possibly be the solution. Yeah, Arsenal's suggestion, is like, yeah, I'm seriously, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think just the coffee's hot. Okay. Arsenal's suggestion of coming back, this is the kind of aesthetic thing that you could expect from like a study, right? There has to be an artistic side to this position. Otherwise, it's just a like, not even a puzzle. It's just like, what's the best continuation for white? I still don't know if it's considered a study, but yeah, the king is hard to get around. But let's think about it. If we play king a3, we're still within the square of the pawn, assuming he's moving to f5. If we play king a3, you play f5, we play b4, you play f4, you play b5, you play f3, you play b6, you play f2, we play b7, you queen, and then you win my freaking queen with check and check. That's the problem with king a3. So if our king's on b3 and a2, that can't happen. So we try to squeeze in first. I think squeeze in first, king d3, then king a2, f5, b4. What do you think? King a3, king a2 doesn't make a difference. It does make a difference because we're going to, yeah, it makes a difference. So I think king b3. I think king b3. You're saying king c4? King b3 stops king c4 too. So king b3, king d3, king a2. Let's think. King b3, king d3, king a2. f5, b4. f4, b5. King b3, f5. No, king b3, king d3, king a2. Going the wrong way. Freeing the b pawn. f5, b4. Threatening to get away. If you push f4, b5, we're free. f3, b6, f2, b7. f1, b8, queen. So king b3, king d3, king a2, f5, king b1. Does that make sense? No. King b3, f5, king a2, f4, king b1. That seems too slow. No. King b3. I'm voting for king b3. Okay, you're saying that. King b3, f5, king a2, king c4. Don't we draw with b4? Or does it matter? King b3, f5, king a2, king c4, king b1. No, we're fine there. We just have to get over. King b3, f5, king a2, king c4, king b1, f4, king c1, f3, king d1, etc. What I'm concerned about is king b3, king d3, king a2. Oh, you're saying it there. King b3, king d3, king a2, time. So I think that's what it's got to be. Does anybody else have another idea? Because I think it's got to be king b3, king a2, king b3, king d3, king a2. As counterintuitive as that seems, that's the point. f5, b4, king c4, king b2. So, all right. Well, here's the solution. Yeah. It is king b3. And now, obviously he can play f5, but then we're going to come up, we're going to come across there. So he has to cut us off with king d3, and now king a2. And now we're threatening to unleash the beast here with b4. If I turn on the air conditioner, I'm going to fucking freeze myself. Let me see. Maybe I moved the fan. A ghost. It's a ghost. Alright. That was good. That was good. Lady in Black. I'm too weak. Thought king b3, king d3, king a4. No. The theme is it's the king has two ideas. We have two ideas. Either we get our pawn forward or we get over. They're both valid defenses. We just need to achieve one. If you go king a4, you can't get back to stop the pawn. And you're going to lose your queen. I mean, the problem is you're going to lose your queen to, if anytime you're like on the A file, that's why, like, for example, king a3 doesn't work. That was our first thought. Because we're going to lose to like queen, check on a1, check, and then win our queen on b8 when we queen on b8. That's the problem. That's why our king has to be on like a2 in order to not allow queen b1, queen a1, queen b1 check, and winning our queen. Though not king b1, but b5 to get opposition. Okay, so f5, well, not king a3, king b3, if king d3, king a2, f5, b4, and if f4, well, we both queen, so he has to go back, like Arsenal said. But this is interesting. There's two draws here. Not king b2. Shit. King b2. Oh, shit. So getting over isn't enough. Arsenal, we missed one thing that the Yabatas pointed out, or maybe you saw it, but I didn't see it. So it's not enough to just get over. There's still a chance he can take the opposition. So this is important. King b2 loses here. You thought it was to win. Yeah, right. To win, you like kick the guy in the balls and send him to the hospital. If it's a male opponent, that's assuming. I don't know. Yeah, I would have played like king b2 and be like, ha, I'm getting over. It's not a draw though. If king b2, king b4, king c2, king c4, king d2, king here, king here, king here, king here, king here, and black wins. So we have to be precise. King a2, b4, and if king c4, b5 works, but also king b1 works. I like this move because it's like dual purpose. That way after he takes, King up, king up, king up, king up, king up, king up, king up. So now we have to be taking the opposition. We can't go over. That's the subtle second part. So it's not such an easy puzzle, you Yavatis. The second part, it's like a two-part. All right, anyway, King's Indian, can I put a game in? Yes. By the way, guys, sorry I lost my internet last night twice. Yeah, that's my Afik, the Israeli Dutch problemist grandmaster. All right, Afik I met once in Czech Republic, and he has an interesting philosophy about chess, how the game is almost like an organic thing. I only spoke to him once, but it was interesting. He's an interesting guy. I kind of like his philosophy about chess being like a living thing, almost. That was the synopsis of what we talked about. All right, so we got, yeah, if anybody wants to send me, anybody who's a subscriber wants to send me another game, feel free, King's Indian Defense. Otherwise, I'm going to start with, well, Richard Boorman. Only you, because you're here first, Arsenal fan. We get Arsenal fan out of here, you know. Get him out of here on his way to the pub and get business taken care of. Highly recommended, everybody. Yeah, I met Yalkhan, but he played here. I met him in '98, but he played here in '97. I remember I was playing some IM tournaments, and Afik was playing in the GM group. All right, he's older than me. I mean, he must be in his late 60s, maybe even older now. Yeah, maybe he's over 70, I guess, to be honest. Okay, so 75. I don't know how old he is. Anyway, it's not important. Problemists live forever. Let's do Richard Smith's game first, because man, that was a tough game. Man. I said, let's play a computer. Wouldn't it be funny if he was using a computer? You'd be like, you're not a human. All right, Richard Smith versus man. He's from 1952. So he's younger than Joe Biden. 48 plus 26 is 60. Yeah, so I was close. 48 and 26, when you come up with 74. That's 74. I was close, 75. All right, so Arsenal fan is white. E4, E5. I love me a good Roy Lopez. RS is also a guitarist, no? RS. Richard Smith. The second most common name in England. There are actually 6 guitarists in the UK named Richard Smith. All right, so E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5. Oh, the racist tropes come out. Knight to C6, bishop E5, A6, bishop A4, and now knight F6, castles, whoops, castles. Oh, God, I need to work out more. My body hurts from everything. All right, knight F6, castles, D6 now, D6. This is oddly labeled the Rubinstein variation? Nimzovich variation? I don't remember. They're calling it Steinitz deferred. But this is not really a Steinitz deferred. Because Steinitz deferred is played, immediately, not with knight f6. This is something else. It's a specific line, no? Wait. No, I'm thinking of bishop e7, actually. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 6. Yeah, what is this? This is weird. So he's not playing bishop e7, rook e1, d6. That's what I've played before. That's Averbach variation. But also, it's also called Rubinstein variation in some places. But interestingly, this move order is not even a Steinitz deferred. I mean, I would call the Steinitz deferred this. This is Steinitz deferred. They're calling this modern Steinitz. Okay, so this is technically the Steinitz deferred, huh? I don't trust Wikipedia and Lichess with these opening variation names, but whatever. So they're calling this Steinitz deferred. Okay, the knight's on f6. So the other's the modern Steinitz, and this is Steinitz deferred. Interesting. All right, rook e1, bishop d7. Anyway, often reached by the earlier move order. But I'm just thinking, like, is there any other way we can exploit this move order? Castles, of course. d6. Now, anything we can do here. c3, you can play here. Obviously, you can take, on c6, but then you still have to defend your e-pawn. Or do you? You can always take. But, okay, I'm kind of interested in c3. If you play c3, and what happens if they take on e4? I'm curious about this. Check this out. So this is a thing. This is a thing, and it's not 100% clear. It's like a pawn sack, but it's good for white, apparently. I played this without actually knowing what I was doing, just on instinct. It seems safer to play rook e1, but this variation also deserves investigation. Take, and then d4, and again they can grab the pawn, and again it's kind of murky, right? We don't like murky, but if we want to spend the time, you can probably find an edge for white here. Look at that, a recent, yeah, 2023, Naj Gabor. No, but okay, Arsenal, you played the most critical line, rook e1. Shit, I had this actually 2 weeks ago against one of our regulars. b5, bishop e3, knight a5. Anyone want to take responsibility for being the person who played it against me? So there is a drawback with your move order, right? It's gonna transpose to this. I think it was in the Simul game. I had this rook e1, b5, bishop e3, knight a5, d4, and we transposed to a Norwegian variation. No, it wasn't you. Obviously, it was like one of the other regulars on the stream, or semi-regulars. So this isn't so simple. You have to pick your poison. Here you're allowing this. Knight takes b3, a takes b3, and we transpose. Black has the options here. So I don't know, Arsenal fan. I was unsure. I had this game. It was damn, I can't remember. We can see. No, maybe not. Simul games aren't saved. Yeah, Praying Mantis. That's impossible. No? Yeah. Look. A Praying Mantis. There it is. So they do save the Simul games. I wasn't sure. No, it wasn't a Simul game, was it? Yeah, it was. I don't get it. Like, sometimes I think the Simul games aren't saved in the Opening Explorer, and other times they are. I swear there's some that are not saved, but anyway. Yeah, bishop g4 here was played by me, played by somebody. That's a bad move. So obviously bishop b7. Here's what happened, right? Bishop b7, knight c3, b4, novelty, improving on theory, knight d5, but I had something better at some point. So check this out. Look at the Masters database. No games. This is Praying Mantis, who's like master strength. Check this out. Johnny Hector, Jakob Meister, and a bunch of other, Sarakauskas, who's a trainer from Lithuania. Bro, Praying Mantis plays the best move here. Those Grandmasters, they all missed b4. Yeah, he's really suspiciously strong. Praying Mantis. So, you know, it makes me wonder. And by the way, after knight c3, my game went b4, knight d5. But he missed this. Check this out. Knight takes e4, which I saw after the game with analysis. d5, and then you'll never find this. Rook a5? Oh, of course. It's very unclear. So my argument would be not to do this, because I'm not happy with it. I don't think it's enough. I say it's a good try for black. Computer says it likes rook e1, but then what? We really have to go into this crap? Bishop e3, knight a5. What are we going to do? This is forced. This sucks. This sucks, bro. Why do we have to do this? This sucks. We got nothing. Bishop e7. Okay. We got something better than knight c3. Maybe d takes e5 right away. Awander Liang versus Nihal Sarin. Still, it's not convincing. So you should take first. Why can't black just take back? BFD. Queen d8. What's the big deal? Rook d8. What's the big deal? Oh, because you're tied down to two guys, or what here? Knight takes e5. He can't take. Oh no. Whoa. Where do we leave book here? Yeah, so they have to take on e4. Okay, I see. Pragnanatha game last year. Check this out. And white has a super secret novelty. Now, look at the score. White only won one game out of 7 from this position. Knight on bd2. Well, knight c3 is apparently good. Okay, knight c3. So Awander lost to Nihal Sarin in probably chess.com Blitz tournament. Who the fuck cares? Right? Cheese.com online Blitz tournament 2021. Why did they put that shit? You know, I go to prepare for people. Seriously? Just a little bit of a... I want to go on a rant for a minute. Another example of why I hate chess.com. They've polluted, like, the chess database world. Chess.com pumps out all these like Blitz tournament games that people play there, and then when you go to prepare for a serious game against somebody, you have to scroll through fucking pages of stupid 5-minute or 3-minute Blitz games they've played on chess.com, because they're putting that crap into like the master database. I have to, like, you know, weed it out. Like, I'm not gonna look at this guy's stupid Blitz games from chess.com or wherever. You know, it's like they don't belong in a chess database. They're crappy games with low quality, and they don't belong there. You know, don't put Blitz games in the freaking classical chess database. You know, it's ridiculous. I have to scroll through pages of these stupid games with the people who play over there. So anyway, d5. I mean, admittedly, there's some good games, but mostly it's trash. And now Liang played a really stupid move, Queen e2, which has like literally no purpose. So white has to find an improvement here. It's like an open Ruy Lopez. Knight d4, bishop c5, bishop e3, queen e7, let's say castles, and then what? Queen g4. This is not simple. Yeah. So anyway, Arsenal fan, we have to think about this, you know, this move order. Obviously, they can grab the pawn if you play c3 as well. That's also murky. Or you can try door number 2, going for the take. Oddly, the engine's number 1 move here is a5, dude. I would be like, what? That can't be right. That's not going to hold up. a5 will not hold up. There's no way. No, it's gone. My computer is like retarded. E takes d4. Yeah, this was my teammate against Black against Elvest in our match against the USA 2 years ago. Sokolin drew Elvest playing the sign with Black. No, it's an interesting repertoire. No easy solution for white. Anyway, I just wanted to take a time out because that was really not easy to decide what to do here. I would have probably done what you did. Now bishop d7 though, so it just goes back into a normal Steinitz. Okay, Black's knight is committed to f6 though. Yeah, there's no other options like knight e7 or g6. Now you played c3, and now he does g6, but okay. Now we got g6 with the knight on f6. It's like a king's Indian. What else can you do though? You know, you don't really have any other options here. Bishop takes c6, the delayed. That seems weird. c4, also non-inspiring. Bishop e3 strangely has a good score. Frederick Svane. What's the idea with this? To just lose a fat tempo? Wow. Bishop b3. So if knight a5, d4, knight takes b3, a takes b3. That's interesting. They can't go here, so they can't like maintain a strong point. There's a couple games with bishop g4. That's what this overrated guy, Herring, did. He was on my team. He was nothing special. He's very overrated. He takes d4. So this is an option. You know, this is a tricky option. Bishop b3. It looks stupid, but it's actually not that bad. Well, bishop g4 is just yeah, a bit arbitrary. Right. Well, you're defending e5. I mean, it's not arbitrary. You're trying to hold the e5. That's what the dude did, but he lost to Svane anyway. You don't want to surrender your center, then you have to do something stupid. You know, your other option is like queen e7. Which is also plausible, you know, though probably not good. All right, so anyway, c3, g6. This is some main line. d4, bishop g7. Now what? Now you play knight on bd2. The number 1 move, survey says h3. I probably had this position. Let's see. Just twice. Weird. Saddest troll from 2016. Do you think that's troll in a roll? Like early troll in a roll? The saddest troll. 1799. This is like when I first started streaming on here. I played d5 and knight on bd2. I never played h3, which is very surprising. The h3 is an absolutely standard move, as is knight on bd2. I normally wouldn't play d5. I don't know what got into me on that day. So, knight on bd2, and now b5. E takes d4 has a brutal score, bro. Sample size of 8 games, but Black is like won almost every one. What's up with that? So it's knight b4 or bust or what? Knight e5 looks odd. Well, yeah, there was bishop e7 too. But then, okay, white goes like c3 or whatever. You're trying to take advantage of the move. This is not good. Naroditsky. Those are definitely blitz games. C takes D. And then there's nothing fancy like here isn't correct. You would think like looking at this square. Why does black have such a good score here? That seems total. Speaking of arbitrary. Barry Mulligan. Why is black like winning every single game from this position? I mean, that's just weird. Just a coincidence. I don't see any rational reason for that. White is better. So the idea must be knight b4. We transpose back into another line. Caruana Naroditsky. It's just a weird coincidence that black had a bad score here. Alright, knight on bd2, b5, number one move, bishop b3, or bishop c2. This is always tricky. I don't know, you know. If you go to b3, you can cut out the knight b4, knight d3 thing. I mean, if you go to c2, you can cut that out. You've got a lot. I mean, your c2 is solid. I mean, I would go to b3. But I guess you keep your b pawn fluid. Like, if you want to play bishop c2, b3, bishop e2, I hate doing that, though. I mean, it feels more active on b3, but most of the players played like you. 5 out of 6 moms played bishop c2 here. But it does feel like you might be making it easier for them to play like d5 somehow. But I mean, my point is like, is the knight really well placed on a5? You know? I mean, if you put the bishop on b3, you're talking about tempo, but that's assuming that knight a5 is a good move for black. Because I'm not sure it is necessarily, you know? I think that it's hard to call which of these moves is better. It's not like just a clear tempo. If you go bishop e3 and he goes knight a5 and you go bishop c2, you lost the tempo, but his knight's on the side of the board, you know? You have to factor that in, you know, is that not important? You know, does that help him? Does it make his position worse? e5's hanging, now does he have to like surrender his center? Is that good for you? Right. Yeah, but I mean, no, this is the question. I mean, if you go here, he goes knight a5, bishop c2, he like has to surrender his center, play something like that. Okay, you know, obviously you're letting him up here, but he'll do it like the next move. Let's say castles first, h3, and now we'll see. I would think he would see knight e5, but he can't do knight e5 because e5 is hanging. So first he has to do rook e8, f7 looks weak. Now a3. a3 is the main move to get that bishop back to a2. h6, and now whatever. No, I don't know. You know, I really don't know. I mean, both moves seem good to me. Perez, Ponzo, Michael Adams. Hu Yi fan. Let's see. Castles. And now you play d5. For me, d5 seems arbitrary. I'm surprised that you did that. Have you thought about like starting to play d4? Because this is like a King's Indian after d5. I'm very surprised you played d5. But I mean, I'm sure that you calculated. It's not just about like a random decision here. Normally, you would keep the tension. I mean, h3 is absolutely standard. if you play a4, that b4 square could come back to haunt you. Knight f1 is plausible. But if you play knight f1, you pull your knight off of defensive e4. So exchanging on e5, you know, we've had some games, Arsenal fan. I mean, I think that, you know, it's important to recognize like these type of structures where sometimes like the c5 square or even knight, you know, see in this exchange structure, sometimes it's justified because you can get maybe like the control of c5. But in my view, like h3 is sort of automatic. The question would be like, what do you do after rook e8? You know, because I don't know what to do now. I think I like this a3 thing. Here's Dominguez versus Van Foreest, 2017. And now, for example, knight h5. By the way, speaking of Van Foreest, Jordan and Move 11, who did some courses with like Ivan Sokolov, there's a connection between these things. You know, what is the black side of the Spanish, the King's Indian, and Van Foreest have in common? And the answer is Ivan Sokolov, who lives in the Netherlands. And remember, he did a match with the Van Foreest at some point years ago when he was younger. He's like his trainer. I mean, he must be like a trainer. But he focuses a lot on these openings. I think this setup, man, this is screaming King's Indian, right? But it's interesting. Van Foreest didn't do that. What did he do? A5. He didn't do that either. What the hell did he do here? H6. Okay, H6. Yeah, another standard King's Indian type move. The scariest move is knight h5. Knight f1. This is a Luca Moroni versus 2200. He likes side knights. All right. Anyway, we're kind of getting off the track. I mean, it's better to focus on the game. But I wanted to talk about the opening there. So this is a weird move. You're only the second person to do this, and Black has really only one choice. I mean, he has to go to e7. And the thing is, he's gonna. Oh, that's Sokolov. Okay, he played the. It's interesting. So when I played Ivan, he played the semi-Slav against me. Years ago. So I don't know when he started doing King's Indian or not. Knight e7 b3. Knight e7 b3. That's Arsenal play b3 here. But this is what we're facing. So you supported your queen side, I see. So b3 is about c4, supporting it with a pawn. But I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is c4 immediately. There's a famous Bobby Fischer game against, you know, R.G. Wade where he like gets a c5 in a similar piece configuration. Okay, but if you do this, I don't know, you're not really threatening anything. I mean, that. Something about this. Yeah, speaking of b4, I don't know. Doesn't seem like you're set up for that. The other guy played knight f1, a 2000 player, though. He's just getting crushed. I don't like d5, but maybe it'll work out. So you did d5. He plays knight e7. You play b3. This is a new move. And so Brandon Jacobson says knight h5. The plan was c6, but the problem is now Arsenal is prepared to meet that and maintain his center. So come to think of it, I mean, maybe black has to even consider c5. You know, if he can't destroy your center, maybe he should just lock it up, um, and then you can take on c6 if you want to, but you probably won't. But I was winning, as in winning, like the game's over. See, that's a problem. No, it's how you define winning. You mean you're better. It just might be like how, a matter of British versus American vocabulary. Winning is relative. You're never winning till it's over. Just think of fat ladies, Arsenal fan. Winning. I'm not winning till the guy signs the score sheet and it's fucking over, man. B3. B3 C5. No, B3 C6 C5. B3 C. Taking here doesn't look great after B3 especially. So B3 C6 C4 C5, and then yeah, you're better. Computer will think you're better a lot. So you got to play chess, and it's a closed Kings at the End type thing where white has more space, but still not easy. And you will be checkmated brutally by Stockfish every single time you play this position. No, but seriously, knight e7, b3, and now h6. Okay, good, good. And now you decided to play bishop b2, which I've had very bad luck with, personally. I keep having horrible flashbacks to the hedgehog when I lost to Yarderson 2 years ago. And I always get bad results when I put my bishop. Whenever I do this in the Ruy Lopez with white, like I always get a really crappy game, and I end up with problems on my dark, especially f4. But you played b3, But I mean, the main point of b3 is like more structure related. Like, you also have a4. This move could be important for you. If he takes, you can consider playing like b4. I don't know. I don't know if it's good, but the kind of shit that you need to consider. And then otherwise, like, this is the main idea, right? But we need to see what Arsenal was thinking. I'm skeptical of the setup. You're obviously okay, but now, what are we going to do about knight h5? Ars isn't worried. No, normally I want my bishop coming back here if it's a King's Indian. So by the way, that's a possibility. But the coastal evacuation route is about to close. So if you're planning on like going for a vacation in Florida and it's like October, you might want to be careful. I think that the chances of pulling this king out over to the queen side is not happening here. But you might want to play bishop d3, knight f4, bishop f1. And he's going to come at you with this King's Indian-like attack. To be fair, it's not technically a King's Indian, but it's very similar to a King's Indian. So knight h5, h3. There's zero chance I'm playing h3 here. But I'd love to know why you did that. I am fucking terrified. Yeah, with the bishop on f1, I might do it. But it seems like you're making knight f4 stronger. You're going to pull this off with king h2, knight g1. He has queen c8 to up the pressure. So if that's the continuation, knight f4, h3, knight f4, king h2, threatening knight g1, he can always play queen c8 and attack, you know, your h3 again. What are you going to do? Like rook h1? I mean, jeez. So check this out. H3, I would not do that. It's your game, you know, and you have some ideas that I don't necessarily, you know, see, but I am afraid. King h2, and now this is a plan. Well, you can't play g3 because your h3 is hanging. So you're going to need to play knight g1 in order to play g3. And then my point was he can even play queen c8. I mean, I'm not sure it's good, but it's possible. Then nf1, bishop c1. The idea of bishop e2 was to go to c1. All right. I love to be, you know, sarcastic. Practicing always. Okay. So guys, don't forget to donate because chess leads to professional brokenness. You may be too optimistic. All right, knight f4, king h2, f5, which I'm not sure I would do that if I were black. He's giving you a chance to play a g3, but it does look dangerous. I mean, honestly, this looks very dangerous. This is possible. This is possible. You could sack a pawn in some variations, but yeah. So now you have like a couple problems, right? He plays f5. He's undermining your center. He's undermining d5. And he's attacking down the f file. So you played c4. Okay. That's good. You reinforce d5. Fine. But the real shit show is over here. You have a problem. You know, and the first thing we do, we have a problem, is admit we have a problem, right? You may not be the only player who's optimistic here. Okay, yeah, I mean, this is a crappy square for the queen. I understand. Like, it's not great. It's very one-dimensional. So black doesn't do that. First question is, you know, do you have knight g1 followed by g3? Your f2 is pretty far gone here too. So it just doesn't look like we're in a good condition on these three squares here. On the plus side, you have excellent control of e4. You got e4. Everything's good there. Now I play queen e8 though. I'm a little skeptical of what he's doing. What is he supposed to do though? What is he supposed to do? Again, queen c8 is kind of weird. But I wonder, just let's hypothetically, you know, take a look at you got c5, maybe. Maybe not though. But if he goes here, do you play knight g1? And then the question becomes, like, can black really do anything? Okay, knight e4. And then, okay, knight e4. And then, let's just be devil's advocate. And, yeah, good luck with defending g2. Hikaru versus, you know, or Arsenal fan against Hikaru. Who are you betting on here? I'm not saying you had to play it this way, but this we need this bishop here on f1. Like, no, maybe you have better. Okay, you have better. You don't have to play knight e4. Let's say you can play, well, you can play knight f1, which you even mentioned. But these sort of things are hanging around. Plus negative 0.2. Okay, you're okay. It's like equal. You're still equal. But you know, without bishop on f1, it's very, very tricky. So queen c8 is a tough move to find. The computer says c4 is best, and queen e8. Wow. It wants to do Judith Polgar. My move? Yeah, knight g1. But the queen e8 is the engine #1 move. Wow. Knight g1. And now queen f7. Seriously, we play queen e8 so we could play queen f7? I don't know. Not impressed. What do you mean we back? We never left, dude. We lost the stream? That was all of us. It wasn't my stream, it was Twitch. It wasn't on my end. Twitch might have dropped for a second there. Just have to refresh. It wasn't me. My internet has like been on the whole time. So obviously g5, but this looks like he's kind of doing nothing. You know, I'm not impressed by queen f7. You kind of feel it's. I mean, g5 looks like the move, but he's going to have to lose his light squares. Arsenal's a genius. What can you say? Well, okay, let's do it. So if g5, g3. He could do that, you know, and go back to g6. Your kingside is very airy. Okay, queen f7, g3, knight h5. And this is like cotton candy on f2. You haven't been brushing your teeth, man. I mean, wow. Phew, bro. I don't know, man. This is unbelievable. You keep that protected. You've got e4. It's not really a King's Indian. Oh my god. Fe4, knight e4, queen f2. So next move he has that? No, not here. So if you do something random, you're saying that's a threat? My first instinct is to play rook e2 here. But obviously you have rook f1 as well. So queen e2. Well, you know you got the knight covering, so he can't do anything to you immediately. Now he plays g5. He's sort of running out of things to do to promote this kingside attack. It's amazing that he has so few options. g5. Now, normally, if we apply the Feingold rule, right, you take on f5. Knight takes, and he has this. It's not just Feingold. I mean, okay, the e4 square. f4 seems good to me. Excuse me? Someone mentioned f4. f4 where? Not for white. So you play rook f1, and you're saying here... Oh, okay, but why did you play rook f1? I mean, why don't you take on f5? This is the normal, quote-unquote, thing to do. You're concerned about knight takes and knight d4? That's life. Bishop takes is a bad exchange. So he has to take with a knight. And now e4 is weak. And you don't have to occupy e4 directly. I mean, g4 loses, or it's bad because of knight f4, so... But I don't know how bad this is for you. I mean, you can let his knight come here, take. And he has a bad bishop on g7. So I'm not convinced about what's going on here. Maybe we do have sacrifices. And down on the 7th rank, right? Now that's for real. So say knight e4. He goes here. You can move your queen or take. Probably take. And now maybe that. Bishop e5 is a problem. And rook e8 is a problem. Fuck. You have tricks, though. Possibly queen d3 to be met by bishop f5. That's unfortunate. So here you're going to have to be, yeah, really careful. It's better for black. Fuck. So if we don't have that, yeah, if we don't have takes on f5, it looks like we're worse. And I agree, like f4 is a possible idea. But I don't know. Is it that good for black? You know, do you lock it up with g4? Exactly. So it looks like you played well. After this move, by the way, he can take. Most important decision in the King's Indian. Take or push. I know it's a Ruy Lopez, but Steinitz is basically a King's Indian. Oh, there's these Kasparov like sacrifices. It's a little early for that, but it could happen. Yeah, so the guy played g4 now. Wow. Bro, how does that work? Somebody's gonna need to explain to me how g4 works. Oh my god. So this is how he loses. He plays g4. What is he supposed to do, though? f4, like you're talking about? You have this, even like bishop d1. In certain instances. But the position could get completely locked on the king's side. Which isn't that bad, unless he gets an h5. Probably he should play f4. Well, I understand not wanting to do that. You know, he wants to keep the tension. What else can you do? Knight f6? That's nothing special. But I mean, this is probably better than what he did, no? You're not going to go like Kramnik on him with f4 or something. Or he could just play rook a e8, I guess. And wait. Yeah, I would go with rook e8. This is wrong. Because you take there, and now what's he going to do? He takes on h3. Okay. Trading your his G pawn for your H pawn doesn't look great. Although now I expected you to recapture. The computer will be like, not liking this right here, and he's going to crack it open with h5. I'm not letting that knight into f4. But you play bishop d1. That's a move he probably didn't see. This is a move that people miss. But I thought you would just recapture. So if you recapture, he takes. But now you're winning a piece, aren't you? I mean, maybe he has to take the other way, but it's not great. So you found a different move. Bishop d1. Okay. And now we expect knight f6, but he's going to get stuffed, right? Or not. Yeah, here, here, here. It's the King's Gambit. Wow. Bishop e8. Damn. Man, this thing went south quickly for black. Unbelievable. Everything was fine until it wasn't. And now you just traded. And then the ultra mean f3. Arsenal goes to endgame town. Knight takes f5. First he exchanged pawns, which is probably okay. Rook b8, okay. Bishop c3. And now, if he takes on f5, my question is g4 knight e3. What do you guys think? He can't penetrate, so you go up this rook. He has no penetration over here, but it looks bad, right? Bad bishop. Okay, your H pawn's a little weird. Dude, this has got to be his only try. This has got to be his only try, man. The dude, I would have done this. He's got to do this. Look. He has a better move. Holy shit. Bishop f7. Unbelievable. I would have totally panicked here. I would have sacked a piece. I would have definitely done knight f5. I would have absolutely panicked with black. The computer says it's only 0.7 after bishop f7 because he has some sort of c6 destroying her center. That takes like balls of steel, you know. Bishop d1, knight f6. That was possible too, but why? It doesn't seem like better than the other variation. I don't know. We're still going to play the King's Gambit. I mean, you think he has some sacrifices, like taking this? I mean, anything's possible. But I don't think that's better, you know. After this, f3, b takes c, whatever, rook b8 here. This is a close to good move. He's supporting c6. G4. Okay, he has a good light square bishop. Well, without a way to penetrate into white's position, he's just going to be like lost. The c6 is his only move. And it's really funny that he doesn't do that. Yeah, h5, of course. He has to try something, but I don't think the h5, it's not going to cut it. You know, you're just going to ignore it. I would, if I was playing Arsenal, I seriously would have gone into the piece sack, or the, whatever, 2 pieces for the rook sack here. I'm definitely doing this. And then on g4, you go here, takes. This isn't that easy for white. You know, even though white's better, you got to be careful because those 2 rooks can penetrate if you move a piece to the wrong square or something. I know that black's bishop's really bad, but it might be able to crawl back into the game. I'm not sure 100% this is like lost, but anyway, the computer thinks that black had a really good chance here with an impossible to find move, bishop f7. This is very counterintuitive. I don't think I can find that move, you know. But this is still, you know, a reasonable try. But this I don't get. Like, what does this do? What does this do? You gotta undermine the structure. I mean, so c6 is your only move. I don't see what bishop a4 does, you know. What is the point of this? Bishop c4, who cares? You know, bishop c2, what are you going to do? If you can't play c6, you can't destroy his structure. He's got to try to break his structure up with c6. This is the only. But now the king side is solidified. So it's like one problem is now the other problem. Now it's not, you're not losing because of the center, you're losing because of that thing. That Tetris is going to kill black. c5 may be in some positions possible. But bishop a4 is just a weird move. What is this guy doing? You know, here, rook b7. He just totally left the building, man. He's just preparing for you to take over the b file, but you know, you can do whatever you want now. It's over. This is over, you know, as far as I'm concerned. You could trade a set of rooks. I think that's a safe bet, you know, but don't trade all the rooks. He's not threatening to penetrate on the b file. You need to improve your king, improve your knights, and keep an eye on this c6 thing. And you're winning, you know. You played knight e4. Only thing I was thinking, like, maybe, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, the other knight is so badly placed on h3, though. You know, Arsenal, even if they're redundant, I'm wondering if maybe you should bring the other knight to e4, because it's so out of play on h3. Maybe knight f2. But this stops c6. It stops c6, you can go knight f2, knight d3, maybe. He's going to do bishop c2, bishop f8, that's horrible. It's just, this stops bishop c2, but it's not really necessary. This is nothing here. He doesn't have a clue what he's doing. And now knight d3. All right. Well, black's going to play what? Knight f6? I'm 100% sure he's lost. One pawn down, but he's got a horrible bishop. You know, it's worse than being one pawn down. What's that? We got another notification. Camel vulture. Yeah, this guy. Just, second part of the game was not good. I don't know, Arsenal. It feels like you're kind of forcing it a little bit here with the c5. I feel like you're winning on the king side. You know, like this is the win over here. Like, you just play f4. Are you afraid he's gonna, like, maybe trade your bishop off? I wouldn't play c5. Is he threatening something? Maybe c6? You think he's threatening c6? You have all kinds of shit here. C5 scares me a little. You weaken your white squares. But I mean, these pawns are mopping up, you know, all the white square control. If you play C5 now, you lose like B5. The D5 pawn could fall. I just don't see any reason to touch that. Unless you think C6 is a threat. I mean, this is probably winning for you. I feel like F4 is devastating. He's going to have to take. And then you recapture. And like his only move is what, like bishop G7 or something? Come on. And then you like really mean and go here. Give him a dirty look. There's no way this dude is surviving this position. Yeah, there's knight C5 stuff. But it feels like this is kind of the wrong idea. And then again, you weaken yourself. So here's where Arsenal fans starts to play too fast. And like, you know you're vulnerable to that. Okay, I get it. You're threatening one move fork. But maybe the guy should play a different move. Do you have this calculated? I mean, let's say bishop b5. Let's say he doesn't do rook b5, or does bishop e5. I mean, I realize you're better. You're still much better. It just seems unnecessary, you know? How many games do you lose because you get overconfident and you kind of like play too fast? Don't allow any counterplay. You know, I think this allows some counterplay. This way he got tripped up. This is funny though. A4. And then it looks like, wow, you're losing your b3 too. So I think you're giving him counterplay here that he didn't have. And your position is still so good that you got away with it. Here, bishop c8, knight d2. You kick him out. He's on a3 now. Oops. What are you going to do? a5. You're going to trap his rook. He has rook a4. Bishop e7. Rook c2. Bishop g5. Knight e4. Arsenal is absolutely blitzing. Knight f6. Knight f6. Bishop f6. Bishop f6. Because if he plays king takes, you have f4. Ouch. Bishop takes f6. Knight f2. I still say you gave him like more counterplay than he should have had. He should have had zero counterplay. You made it harder for yourself, I'm sure, even though you're probably winning regardless all the way here. If your goal was to like torture him as slowly as possible, then you achieved it. Yes, good exchange of rooks. You just wanted to see him suffer. That's why he played it the way he did. To give him a glimmer of hope. Yeah, this is over, okay. But you know, having played you many games, I know your pattern of getting dominant positions and then blowing it because you play too fast or whatever. And you need to deny any kind of counterplay. Just, you know, pretend it's like $1 million prize if you win the game. Take no chances. It probably didn't matter there that much. All right, I got a game from Camel Culture. I'm practicing always. Dude, what's that? What is that? Japfa, me versus NM. Oh, there's actual game here. Okay, just a lot of words. So Camel Culture, Camel Culture, Copy, learn, study. All right, Ars. Interesting game as always. I always like going over your games. You know, you play interesting Spanishes. I still like the Spanish. You know, it's not as trendy as the Italian game, which is so exciting. I love Chess 16 as follow, And then don't forget, guys, big shout out to the stream boss, Arsenal fan. If you donate, you get to knock his health out and make him die. 86 Arsenal fan. All right. Camel the Vulture. Oh no. Oh no. What is this from? Former Massachusetts guy. I never played him. Strangely enough. All right, analysis board. Where are we going? Learn, study, here. Camel Culture is a mini game from this guy. He was from Massachusetts, but he was obsessed with the Miami Dolphins. He always had like a Miami Dolphins sweatshirt, and I was like, why the fuck do you live in Massachusetts and like the Miami Dolphins? What's wrong with you, dude? What's with that? You know, he's like the only Miami Dolphins fan in New England. It was weird. All right. Miami Dolphins gear, it's just ugly. And anyway, like neon green or whatever, the turquoise color. All right, let's add this here. All right, we got that. All right. Anyways, what's up next? Iatan. Arsenal fan gave himself health back. No? Did you regain health? Did you take your own health away? Oh no. It took your health down. You know, that happened to Gabble Roll Mops. You have to be careful. Like are you sure you are you sure you like donated from the same account you made it with? Because that kept happening to Roll Mops too. It's my game from the last round of the Boulder Open. Boulder. Fred Flintstone. All right. Meet George Jetson. Flintstones makes me think of the Jetsons. I actually kind of like the Jetsons better than the Flintstones. You see, it's the thought process, the string of thought process. Boulder, Flintstones, Jetsons. All right. I was thinking a great Jeopardy question. Your wife is Jane. Your children are named Elroy. And what was the daughter's name? Shit, I just blanked on the George Jetson's daughter's name. Judy. Judge Judy. Okay, Mr. Coffee to the rescue. No, I know. I don't know. How does Greg Shahade get on Jeopardy, dude? Like, seriously. What's up with that, dude? I could see, like, sports trivia. Come on. The guy's not a genius or something. How does Greg Shahade get on Jeopardy? He probably knows, like, tons of sports trivia. But I don't get that. That's some kind of... I think it's rigged. It's got to be, like, some kind of connection. Like, you know, maybe Jen's lawyers got him into Jeopardy or something. I mean, the guy's... He's not a genius. He's not stupid. But he's not a Jeopardy contestant. You know, I don't get it. That's weird. I think there's some kind of conspiracy behind that. You know, I mean, if it was just about sports trivia, I could see him getting on the show. But general trivia, Greg Shahade, I don't know, man. That's weird. Definitely conspiracy theory material. All right. So we got Iatan now. Oh no, not an F3 Nimzo. You prefer Futurama? Oh, you like Futurama with the Simpsons? Okay. So you're not really, you know, consistent there, Arsenal fan. Well, I think Futurama is it's different than the Simpsons. All right. You're back online. Hey, friends. and then is a GM here. So we got our F3, we got our B5. A GM other than me, he played my line. He's playing my song. Because GMs know that I play this, so they also started playing it. Alright, so E4, and then he didn't mess it up like I did against you last time, where I played D6. Like, I prefer castles. Black plays an even stranger move here. B takes C4. Welcome back, D's Tricks. Why release attention? D6 is okay, but I think castles is best. But this move is... What Black's doing, I think, is he's going back to the 80s with B takes C4. This is the original idea that was played by like Nigel Short 8 million like years ago when I was like in high school or something. I mean, this is ancient. B takes C4. This is not optimal for Black. It's playable, but it's like you shouldn't play this line. This is not... See, Boris Gelfand, exactly. Boris Gelfand, Nigel Short, 1990, the year I graduated from high school. Your Grandmaster is out of date, bro. And still, it's not that bad for Black. Bishop takes C4. This is an old line. Knight takes D5. It's not enough, because White has very good control of D5. This is the problem. So that's why we don't play this anymore. This was never quite equalizing for Black. And that's why we need to investigate castles in D6. Don't know why your Grandmaster is doing this. Bishop takes D5, E takes D5, Queen takes D5, Knight C6. And now, Knight E2. And now Bishop A6 looks like the number one move. Castles is okay. Castle. And then here. I don't think I ever had this position. I had a game against Poljik Peter, who put his knight on H3 in a similar variation. The knight on H3 is actually kind of better because it can go to either F4 or G5, which can be dangerous. There's like Queen H5, Knight G5 type of ideas as well. On E2, it only has F4. G3 is like... Okay, I mean, maybe there's some positions where it could go there, but this is 1990. Maybe the first game where that was featured. And now Bishop A6. I played Black in this type of position, and it's frightening because you're sitting there and White looks a little airy, but the domination of this D5. The point is, how do you destroy this? How do you destroy this wrong White pawn chain? Black isn't down material, but he is backward with his D5. And the two bishops isn't really an advantage for Black. Plus, there's stuff like Bishop F4, Bishop D6. So it looks like Rook B8's been played a couple of times. If Bishop F4, where are you putting the Rook? Like on B6 or B7? So Rook B8, you know, it's a weird looking move. That was what was played in the original game. Gelfand Short, 1990. These guys were in their prime. Bishop F4, Rook B6. And this rook has some play here. Original game. But Bishop A6 played now. Okay, so this is like a surface threat, but if that bishop stays on A6, what's it gonna do? You know? We go like knight B4. Is Black gonna play bishop takes knight and then knight B4? Here. And now, all of this has been played before. Queen B6. Almost like the guy swallowed an old encyclopedia or something. What's the idea with Queen B6? I already don't really like Black's game. I don't understand what the point is. But if you play bishop takes c3, you know, your c5 pawn is weak. The dark squares are weak. And your bishop on a6 is like a Christmas tree ornament that doesn't do anything. It just looks good. Black really needs a way to fight for control of d5. Like getting in f5 to destroy your center. And that's why I'm skeptical of bishop a6. This bishop could support such things somehow. So, and also it could go to e6. Like if you play queen b6, okay, so that's like queen b6 immediately. You know, you could theoretically maybe get in d6 and bishop e6 or bishop b7 and control the d5 square. But how is black going to fight for control of d5? You know, that's the problem. He's not. So bishop a6, rook d1, queen b6. Doesn't do a lot here. Bishop e3. And this hasn't been played in a game since 2006. This guy fucking beat me, Kurtzenberg, last year at the World Senior, the game I lost in round 3 or whatever. Same Nimzo. He offered me a draw, and then I refused and lost. So he's been playing this opening for 20 years. All right. Anyway, black now plays knight a5. Black has left the building. Wow. By the way, like, what about bishop f4? Maybe black is a grandmaster, but he doesn't really do the center, it looks like. Does knight d4 work? You mean like when? How's the center doing? How are you doing on the center? You know, here with black. So I don't want to play this position, man. It's not best. Yeah, it's like bad out of touch old theory. Queen b6, and so what are you saying? Like now, knight d4? Mm-hmm. This is the kind of position where white could sack the exchange and have full compensation, probably. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You're just taking. No. There are variations where that happens. I was thinking, like, you know, maybe we'd see something like this and then go here, you know, where the knight is, like, coming in. But there's this problem. It looks like black is lost. That happened. That happened. And they took the pawn. Okay, so bishop takes, takes. And white wins a pawn with queen takes c5. So this is the way all 3 games went. Kurtzenberg couldn't beat a 22-30, even though he's like clearly better. Bogdan Lalich and Crouch won. They're stronger. Bogey has a new Facebook account, complete with conspiracy theories. He's a weird guy, really weird guy. All right. I was worried about his like apartment. It's very dangerous. Lots of things. He's like a hoarder. All right, knight a5. He's a hoarder. He should be on hoarders. You can't walk through his apartment. There's like I know Gormali is like friends with him, but someone else told me about this. Bogdan Lalich. He lives somewhere in the UK. I don't know where, maybe near London, but I'm not sure. But apparently, like, it's one of those situations where if you go in his apartment, there are just like paths, like these little paths, and there's like piles. You know, like one of those TV shows where you just have to like try to find your way through this like maze. My aunt was like that. All right, knight a5, queen takes d7, blunder. So we have a tactical mistake. Knight a5 is a novelty or not? Let's take a look. Lichess database. 6th most popular move. Knight a5, decentralizing. But it was played by one player as high as 2,500 on Lichess. Yeah, and black doesn't have that many options. b3 contains him. Contain. Where's Mr. Coffee? You play chess to be one of the more... I like that, Chemiculture. I like that. That's right. That's right. Excellent. That's a good one. That's like... I drank to make other people interesting. That's a famous quote that I heard. I don't know. I heard Gawain Jones requote that once. I'm not sure who that's attributed to originally. It's a non-chess quote. Yeah. I mean, what's with Grandmaster, by the way? Can he swing over and play f5? We need to get an f5. This dude is dead. So greedy, queen takes d7. Dude, you're just not preventing the counterplay. You don't need to win a pawn here. You have total domination in the center. He can't play f5. His only threat is like getting into c4. So b3 made perfect sense. You shut him down. How does White lose this game? It was a blitz game. Sarmat Pixie 69. Rook a d8. Ooh, scary. Wow, that's really scary. Whew. Rook here. White is clearly better. d6. And then White played knight g3. Bishop b7. I'm talking about d5. And now queen g5. Well, why? You know, why queen g5? Maybe just queen d2, queen d3. Okay, he went to g5. f6. That's a little bit helpful. Queen g4. Bishop c8. Yeah, see, black's just clearly worse here, man, in every world. But this is a materialistic move. Queen takes d7. Bishop e2, knight e2, knight c4. He still has a problem with his bishop on b4. I mean, like, look at this. Takes, this is the best line. Take here, but this bishop. Even here, white is better. But he gets to grab your b2 pawn. And now this is a wild card. Maybe black has a chance. He still has like 0 control of the central squares. Just, I know from experience like how bad this type of line can go for black if you don't fight back against the center. But he played knight c4, so this is some sort of tactical mistake. What do you have, knight d5? What's the point? You have knight d5. Grandmaster has not seen the center. And then queen a5, further decentralizing. Well, queen g6 isn't on. Queen h6 isn't on. Lateral squares are not on. He could play queen b7, but he probably wasn't down with trading queens. He's a clear pawn down. Looks like kind of the only move. I mean, queen b8. Maybe. That doesn't really help a lot. Oh, queen e6. Okay, I missed this one. This makes sense, because if you take back, the knight's kicked out. So what happens here? Queen e6. These pieces are hanging. Wow. Maybe you have a move like 97 check. Or maybe you can just take on b4. Not clear. But this move is really ugly. So queen a5. And now the bolt from the blue. Bishop h6. What? Wow. Check and queen f5. Elf on a shelf variation. So explain to me again. Takes. Do we play knight f6 check, and then on king g7, what happens there? He's all set. He's good to go, right? This knight coming in, knight f4, queen f5. This can't be healthy for black. I don't really need to see any more. This happened. You have to be winning here. I mean, it's very tempting to play queen f5. I can't believe he took the bishop on h6. The minimum would be a perpetual check. You have other moves, like rook d6 isn't there. Man. This has got to be winning for white. Yeah, I have to admit it's hard to decide on the exact move that you're going to play here. We have perpetual. No. You don't even have a perpetual, actually. This is to be winning. Well, bishop h6 is the best line. Okay, fine, but I mean, you have to have it worked out, you know. G takes h, knight f6 check, king g7 obviously is his only move. I mean, he can't play king h8 or he's mated, I guess. You know, so here, what's the point? I also looked at this, but I was unconvinced. You know, what happens after rook h8? I guess you're still winning. Check, king f8, queen f6, rook d7. This has got to be winning. But black played really badly for a GM. I thought rook h8 was necessary. The engine says rook f d8. It's a tough move to find. Queen f5. Okay, this isn't best. Maybe you're still winning. You're still winning. It's good enough. Can you look at queen g4? Well, yeah. I couldn't even find a perpetual. But maybe. We have to play knight g3, no? Or knight f4. Which is it? Okay, knight f4. Is there some problem like bishop c8 like he tried to do in the game? This does look super scary. Mate in 6. Let's see. Wow, knight f4, rook f d8. Again. There's no win. This is apparently a perpetual. There's a funny line. King g7, knight e6 check. White's only move. That's really crazy. Draw. Okay, but it's not necessary. You know, that's not necessary. And now knight h5. Oops. Oh, shit, man. All right. Really bad blunder. So he has to play rook f d8. My move isn't good enough. I thought rook h8, but that's also bad. So rook f d8. And I guess we're running away. I mean, still this looks crushing. I was thinking knight h5 check, but apparently e5 is also good. I think white's still winning. Anyway, black really mishandled this. Look how his pieces are over here. What the hell is that? All right. Anyway, bishop c8, knight h5 check, resigns. Made in a couple moves there. All right, that's another crushing victory. But you know, surprising that a title player wouldn't know. Must be really old, a really old grandmaster playing this b takes c line. You know, this is literally 45 years old. 35, sorry. It's almost as old as me. All right. Sac draw sent in a game versus Brian Z. Brian Zeno. Raptor has followed. Arsenal fan gifting that sub earlier. Thank you for that. D's Tricks has followed. So Sac draw. Thanks for the donation yesterday. Before we got kicked out by my internet provider. Is it too late to submit a game? No. Tomorrow is good. It's never too late. All right. These tricks. You have to be a subscriber. Are you a subscriber? Do you want to be a subscriber? Sac draw OTB. Dr. Jones has followed. So this is Sac draw. So this is OTB game. It won't let me add my info. It? I'm confused. All right, e6, g3, bishop e4 check, bishop d2, queen e7, bishop g2. I said bishop d2, queen e7. So the boring BOGO. Let's get out of this Lichess Opening Explorer. Okay. Somewhere I was looking at this recently, and before we get started, just a note. Camel Culture gifting a tier 1 sub to D's Tricks 222. Twitch won't let me add my card or use my PayPal. That's interesting. You might want to get your parents to get you, off the protection program or whatever. Just kidding. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. I know. But I don't know. There's a million reasons. The FBI has blocked your account. All right. Bishop e4 check. Yeah, it's okay. It's too late, for knight d2. So this isn't a BOGO technically. First off, I think maybe Sac draw had the game with me in this. This is an annoying variation. It's a Catalan move order, I guess. Technically, it's not a BOGO because the knight's not on f3. So it's very specific. White wants to transpose to a Catalan. And so it's a little different. After bishop e4 check, knight d2 isn't considered as good here, although it's playable as well. But the point is, if white plays knight d2, in the mainline BOGO, if the knight's on f3, there's a situation where c5 isn't so good. I think it's not that great a line. Here, it's actually a pretty good line, probably black's best. There's a slight difference. You sent a PayPal donation? Wow. So that works? That works, but you couldn't do it on Twitch? So c5 is pretty good here. Just a note, it's equal chances for both sides. Whereas I guess my point is, if I go here instead, knight f3, my point is this: check here, knight t2. This variation isn't quite as good in this position for black as with the g3 instead of knight being on f3. This is an important difference because the knight protects the d4 square, I guess. Bishop e4 check, bishop d2. And just a second, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I had to go yell at the neighbors. Bishop d2. So everything's possible here. Takes, c5, a5, queen e7. This is my least favorite variation, queen e7. I did get that game. Okay, die-cast illusion, aka D's nuts. Copy. All right, this is the last game I'm accepting for today. No more. I don't care if you guys donate $1 million. All right, maybe if you donate $1 million. Here, add a new chapter. All right, back to sex draw. Okay, so bishop d2, queen e7, bishop g2, castles. And now, okay, I've never played this line for white with g3 instead of knight f3 normally. There are ideas, I guess, like Boris Avrukh is a guy who does this kind of stuff. Work me to the bone. No, it's all right, man. I'm fine. I like to complain a lot. So castles, e3, and knight e2. That's what we see now. It's also possible to play. It might be possible to play e4 in certain circumstances. Knight f3 is a direct transposition to mainline Bogo. Knight c3 is also possible. But I feel like I had this against somebody. Let's see. All right, player, Lichess. No, player with black. No, okay. So I never played queen e7, so I don't know this exact position. I've had similar ones where maybe I did something other than queen e7 for black. No, black's a solid line. It's a solid line. E3 looks like a good move. Bishop takes d2 check, and now we take back with the queen. Usually put the knight on c3. You did that, and now black plays d6, and d6 isn't forced. I suppose black can play d5 here. And the question would arise, if black plays d5, you know, do you really have an alternative to like taking on d5? Well, I mean, I think Camel Culture, to address your earlier comment about e4, the dark square bishops are going off the board, and white has a bishop on g2, so putting the pawns on light squares is a typical Bogo issue where you end up with like a bad bishop. I mean, it may be more space, but yeah, you understand like these Catalan subtleties more than most people. It's pretty standard what we see here, but I think this is worthwhile. I don't know how easy it is for white to get anything here. Maybe you can just keep the tension with like knight e2, but is black going to play c5? I mean, So you have to take, basically. Theoretically, black could even play knight takes d5 and pretend it's like a fucking semi-Tarrasch or something, no? That's like philosophical question, these tricks. Even knight takes isn't so bad. So this equalizes. It looks like d5 is a good move. But it's very, like, it leads to a very, like, clear sort of structure. It's just hard to see, really, either side doing anything. Peter Korzubov. That could be like an old correspondence game or something. I don't know what that is. But anyways, okay, d6 is like a more traditional approach. I don't see an alternative to that line. Very, very standard BOGO style. And actually, this could transpose now to a line in the English, actually. Why do I have another notification? Miro on the edge. So castles, knight on bd7. Now I'm skeptical. Knight on bd7, okay. I would think like c6 here. I'm sure the knight on bd7 is okay, but you're blocking your bishop. Maybe black needs to consider even like knight a6, c6, knight a6, knight c7 or something like that. Rook d8. Where does the knight go after knight d7? Like, gonna play knight f8? Then you might as well play like rook e8 or rook e8 first. Inkiyov is like an old GM. He's related to the other Pac-Man ghosts. But yeah, the Pac-Man ghosts are like Bulgarian. Bet you didn't know that. So Blinkiyov. All right, knight on bd7. I just don't know where the knight is going to go, you know. Maybe the knight should even go to c6 in some cases. Inkiyov and Blinkiyov. So, and the other ghost, Clyde. Clyde is an influencer. He's a pro-MAGA influencer. He works closely with Brian Wall and Bob Chandler, or what's his name, Bill Chandler. The Colorado chapter of MAGA influencers. All right, so no, castles. Clyde Donovan. What's the engine say? Yeah, Inkiyov's move e4, but I prefer this more flexible approach here. You know, by the way, like you could even put the knight on c6. I mean, is white gonna sell his light square bishop to double your pawns? I don't think so. Not today. Okay, if that, okay, it's like a space advantage for white, true. I would go with c6. As I said, it's possible to play this type of setup, like a5 maybe, or knight a6, knight c7. It's not great, but it's solid. Trojan would play like h5. You're talking about what? a5? Maybe a5. This is okay. It's just, what do we do next? You know, I don't know what black's plan is. You could still do c6 fine, but where's your knight going? So here, okay, fine. And Daniel Yufa, who plays for Spain, in Spain under the Spanish flag, Spanish galleon. Is he Russian? I assume. Now e4. So this is very inconsistent what Saxe Draw did here. You know, you play e3 then e4. But you're just going back to what Camel Culture I were debating about putting your pawns on a certain color complex. No, you don't normally do e4. You know, this expansion on the queen side maybe, but I would think that Daniel Youfa's move, the standard h3. Why h3? Well, there is the possibility of e4 and then, you know, you hug the e pawn. You like surround it like, you're my friend. I want to win you in the e pawn. Then you do this Korchnoi pawn push on them, you know, plus knight g3. So it's gone, you know. It's gone. That's why Petrosian will play h5 probably. But I think e4 is wrong. You're going back to bad light squares. Of course, your position is still playable, but you're going to have issues. Moms for Liberty. Also working closely with Brian Wall and Bill Chandler out of Colorado, fighting against, you know, democracy. So e4. No, this is not Moms for Liberty. This is Moms for Liberty, and this is Black Lives Matter. D4. Dark squares. I've been using this joke forever. Dark squares is Black Lives Matter. White squares is Moms for Liberty. D4 is the key dark square point in the King's Indian. Obviously not as big a deal when there's not a bishop on G7, right? But still, black has dark square counterplay, whether it be like, you know, e takes d or knight, maybe knight e6, knight d4. At least there's hope for black, right? So he decides to take. Takes, knight takes d4, and now it's not a King's Indian. Knight f5 is no, not happening. And we don't really want to play g6. And there's also knight d5. So black has a shitload of squares that he has to worry about here. But I still don't like e4 that much. I mean, maybe we should just stop for a second and say, look, okay, black doesn't need to make this exchange yet. Are you threatening like f4 or something? If I were black, I would still play c6. Here, we transpose to a Klaus Bischoff game. I bet Klaus played e4 in one move. I don't know for sure. Klaus is known to whisper like moves to me when I make illegal moves to in tournament games. When I can't fix the board. When I make illegal moves on DGT boards and I can't understand what I did wrong, he's there. He's like the sludgy whisperer. Put the pawn on b7. You guys have like no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, you gotta follow the stream. It's like a soap opera. So now knight takes c4, knight e5. Because if he goes to c5, answer my question. If he goes to c5, I said, here, you can secure Mr. Knight with like a5, black. You have a space advantage, you know, even with the bad bishop, I think you're better. If b4 were eating the pawn. Clyde Donovan. Oh snap, Arsenal smell tactics. Something's burning. Oh no. He's like a tactical machine, sees everything. So knight takes c4, knight c5, b4, black has to go back, and then he gets smacked with knight f5. Yeah, So knight c5 is not good enough. I don't think he should exchange on d4. He's releasing attention here too early. And now we're like one move away from ripping him apart with h3 and f4. He plays c6. And you don't even need to play h3, it looks like. You played f4. He goes knight g6. That's obviously a shit show. But maybe black has some Philidor type stuff with like h5, you know. So we're going to see that next. So even though all of your pawns, or most of them, are on the wrong color, it's still bad for black because he has like no space. So anyway, still maybe not so easy to knock him out. All right, h5. He's not really threatening h4. It's just kind of preventing g4. Now you played rook a d1. I don't know which one of these two squares I like better. Black pieces are not on squares. Well, I mean, black has the inferior structure a little bit, I guess. With that backward pawn on d6 is more vulnerable than the one on e4. We have Philidor-like stuff. I think the queen should probably get over here, maybe, like a5, queen c7, queen b6. Black could probably consolidate this if we screw around. See, he does queen c7. And now, okay, where to put your king? You got to watch out for h4. But it looks like at the moment he gets his ass handed to him if he plays h4. You're just going to go g4 and kill him, probably. No, first thought is king h2. He might be trying to scare you out of that. Second thought is king h1. I would probably play king h1. And I do not believe in this or any other ghosts, because I have yet to see any ghosts. e1, knight f5. You like rook e1? Well, that's a very natural move. Maybe I like rook e1 better too. But I'm not sure knight f5 is going to be that simple, you know. We can also go more slowly. This move greedy but effective. You know, Camel Culture made this weird comment about the pieces not being on squares. But black's problem is that this rook can't get to d8. You know, if it could at least like get to d8, you know, even in two moves. I mean, bishop d7, what are you going to do? So he has to put the other rook on d8, which is a shit show. Well, I'd rather just lose the pawn, but it's going to be over, isn't it? I mean, e5 is serious, c5 is serious. But yeah, better not to defend pawns and try to find some sort of active counterplay. It's just that there is no active counterplay. Yeah, d5, of course. This is the first thing you should consider. But the problem isn't taking the pawn. I think the problem is going to be e5. This wouldn't be so bad. Like, for example, black's kind of open and white's king's kind of open. But what looks really bad is this type of thing, you know, where this pawn structure is just like wrecking you. Oh, yeah, maybe you have a chance, something like this. You know, this is probably an option. Blow it up with d5. Maybe that's the best try. Maybe white could try something like taking with the pawn, taking with the knight, taking with no. It's just you're gonna end up with this position that's not so easy for black to lose. I mean, maybe the pawn's blockaded, and yeah, I like d5. Objectively, from a practical standpoint, this is probably only because of this one line. You know, this. Probably black's lost though, right? We just take and play like knight c3. If we don't do anything stupid, white's probably winning. Bishop f5, knight takes c4. You know, we're gonna win a pawn, and this is really ugly. Objectively, black is probably lost. But rook d8, I don't know. How long can you survive after that? Never defend, you know, passively if you can give away a pawn. I said it here first. So he does it here, but you know, now it's like, yeah, maybe I don't win the pawn. Maybe I would just want to like smotherize black with e5. All right, at least he got the idea right. He's going to sack a pawn. Now f5. White goes a totally different direction, giving up the e5 square. I don't love it, you know. The knight is very bad. It has no squares. I mean, you should play e5, and then on this, I think this is calculation time. I mean, there's some serious shit gonna fly here in this type of line. Let's say here, takes, b6. We're very close to tactics based on like sacking a piece. But I don't know, that does get a little complicated. Maybe we have better. You could try to take. I don't want to trade pieces here too much. d5 is a good practical try by him, but I think f5 is wrong for sure. Looks like it's wrong. It's playable, but you're switching plans completely. I want this to work. I want this to work. I want there to be like some way to annihilate black here. We're close to annihilating him. But not quite. Arsenal, you're talking about like b5 or something? Yeah, that's possible. I mean, maybe you could sack a pawn. Yeah, of course. Arsenal's never been materialistic. Let's see the advantage here. Plus 0.8. The engine actually likes my line the best. There's a subtle move, queen e3. Computer comes up with an unbelievable line now. Knight d4. I don't know, man. Knight d4. I suspect it has something to do with like sacking a knight on b5. But there's a lot of options. This move gives up the dark square, e5, knight e5. Now, it looks like black has chances to kind of hold on, right? What's our plan? You're still clearly better. Queen f4, pinning him to the knight. Now he'll probably move his rook. He moves the queen. Okay, fine. And then ed5, cd5. So we're slightly better. Did he have queen takes c5 check there, by the way? No, because the knight's hanging on e5. Well, I mean, he does have queen takes c5 check. It is plausible. But okay, take back. And now what? King h1. Avoiding any kind of knight g4 crap. Good. And now, okay, so you played in a positional way. He has an IQP, but he's still hanging on. Again, this is a tournament game, remember. we made a mistake with the f5, and I'm getting a little bit worried about this. This b4 a5 business starts to give him that file, activates the dead rook on a8. I'd really rather not do that. Queen f2, plausible. Knight a4 is plausible, but it's decentralizing. Queen f2 would be a candidate move for me. Yes, it's passive, but we've got pressure on d5. He can play this. That's kind of an issue, because after this he has the in-between move, queen takes c5. Or does he? Does he was a bear? No. He doesn't have takes on c5. So he doesn't have d4. So queen f2, I was afraid of this. Probably not a big deal. Maybe queen f2 is a solid choice here. You know? What do you think, Camel Culture? The cave. His rook, too. The rook has heard word of like a world out there, but the rook's even worse. You know, the other variation I looked at where the rook comes to life with a5. This is... Yeah, black can try stuff, you know, but like, what specifically? If d4 doesn't work, I mean, yeah, maybe queen e5. But again, that's probably, nah, f5 is going to go, shit. Okay, we just blockade then. Does feel like we lost a lot of ground here. I don't know what to do. Okay, b4, risking the a file, a5. All right, so he finds a good plan. He finds a good plan. b5, as Arsenal suggested in the previous variation, definitely the way to go. I don't want to open up the a file. All right, b5, and then, you know, maybe he's regretting this. But by the way, after b5, he goes to b4, protecting his pawn on d5. But like, where is it going after that? Knight a2? Knight c2, I mean? That's not a good square, is it? He could go here. Just saying. Then he's tied down to that. But the knight doesn't look good there on b4. So you're trying to trap his knight now. Shocking. A shocking turn of developments. After knight b4, the knight can get trapped. Here. And in fact, it's very likely going to get trapped. Where's he going to go? Uh-oh. So he's going to get a shitload of pawns, a boatload of pawns for a knight. 3 pawns for a knight. 3 bad pawns for a knight. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. So we're going to get... Well, if he takes with the queen on b4, let's see. He takes on c5, you play a3. Now if he just chills out here without doing anything crazy, you know, the exciting move here for black is fill in the blank. Shit. There is no exciting move here for black. He's got to let you take his knight. And when you take the knight, then he gets your b5 pawn too. What the fuck move does he play in the interim? That's the thing. He has to play this, right? Out of the cave. And now you don't even have to take the knight right away. But for argument's sake, let's say you do, right? Now which way does he take? With the pawn or with the queen? With the pawn, you take on d5 because you can. here, here, something like this. He's down a piece. I mean, I'm having some serious doubts about black's position down a piece here. But it looks like there's some technical questions. Due to lack of pawns, the computer evaluates this position as plus 1.7. So he did d4. But I didn't really understand how this works. I mean, the pawn's pinned anyway. So it's kind of like, well, what does that do? All right, it's just another variation. So you have to take the knight now before he goes to d5. He's sacking a piece for a few pawns. Maybe he can get all the pawns off the board. Oh, h3 will be weak. Here, here. So again, it's like 2 pawns for a piece. Black's praying for a draw somehow. Now you can play knight takes d4. He's threatening in violation of your property rights to invade on the 6th rank here with a rook, which looks unpleasant. But frankly, you know, this move is very tempting. Rook a3. I have to say something. I don't get it. Okay, he plays b3 so he can play rook a2. I understand. So b3 is about rook a2, but it feels a little bit hopeless. You know, like a b3. I think I'd rather take the pawn on b5, bro. But I mean, maybe you have a kingside attack brewing. Just all I'm saying is like this. Maybe I'd rather eliminate your pawns than hope that I can like attack you or something. One less pawn to hurt me. Let's play queen takes b5. You're down to 3 pawns, all on the same side. This is my move for sure. He can play for a draw. Yeah, you can play f6, but h3 is hanging. So that's like, you know, 2 pawns and counting. And g5 is defended. I don't know, man. I'm starting to kind of shit myself here with white. That I could mess this up. Obviously, white is okay, but it's not so easy to win it. But I think this is a mistake, honestly. b3. That pawn's... Is that going somewhere? Do you think that's going to queen? He just wants to play rook a2. But rook a2... I don't think this is a realistic defense. You know? I don't think that he's got anything. You took the pawn on d4, you laughed at him. You have a tactic if rook a4? You do. There's this. So we can't pin your knight. The b2 pawn's going nowhere. He plays queen e5. He still has like no threats. And here you traded queens. I'm sure there's other moves as well. But, you know, you should be able to at least hold on to one of your pawns. Just hope that it's not like a rook pawn on the wrong color or something, your last pawn. The pawn's not going anywhere. You know, I assume this is winning for us. Maybe blockading would be worth, but then rookie... Okay, you're considering rook e3. I don't think that black has enough now, you know. Apparently it is close. Wow. Wow. So maybe queen f4 was seriously a mistake. Don't you have other moves? Not to trade queens? Okay, your g3 is hanging, but that looks kind of dangerous. So let's just, for argument's sake, say you played bishop g2. The g3 is the only thing that's not protected. But I mean, fuck, I'll give that up. No problem. I have like rook f3. Queen takes g3, rook f3. I mean, white has to be winning here. Rook a2, maybe. You have those discoveries. Let's see. Yeah, queen c3 is best. It's tricky. It's tricky. I like this better than what happened. Okay, so you traded queens. It was a safe thing to do. Time pressure. He still got chances to draw. And then here, it turns out that bishop b1 is your best move. But I mean, it's totally natural to be concerned about rook e3. But maybe you have rook d3. You know, oddly enough. If you play bishop e1, you're blockading, you're threatening to pick this guy off. His only move is rook e3. You have rook check, actually. That's really nasty. Rook check, king up, check. g6. So that's scary for black a little bit. I don't know if you should do it. You could just go here. Everybody's protecting a1. You got a good blockade. He has to like take, probably rook a3, skewering you here. But no matter what he does, he still has like 0 winning chances. It's just a question if he can somehow miraculously hold on. Looks like it's a draw. So what do you do after rook e3? Well, nothing. Rook e3, rook d8 check. This is a win. Wow. King h7 and not f6 check. Knight d4. Oh my god. Giving up h3 check with check. Giving up check with check. Check, check. So anyway, it's tough. All right, you're probably in time pressure. G takes, b2, knight b3, rook e8, bishop c2. And then what? Rook e2. Okay. Rook d8 check, king h7, bishop b1. It's basically a transposition. If he plays rook e3 now, here, he played rook a3. That's also a good move. Oh my god, you lost this. No way we lose this position. His bishop is hanging on c8. You have f6 check, king g6, rook takes c8, rook takes b3. Black's lucky to get a perpetual. So you played f6 check. Not sure if it's necessary, but fine. And now, well, obviously you can take here. And after this, black's threatening perpetual check. And I guess it's likely a draw. Can you get mated? Yeah, if you do something bad. This is a really nasty position in time pressure. Rook d3 was a good move, I guess. Bishop f5. Okay, and now rook d2. But that's unnecessary. There's no way you're losing this. Even if you had to sack the exchange. I mean, just hypothetically, are you lost here? I'm not sure. Yeah, you are. Okay. This is unbelievable. Bishop f5 here. Rook e3. Oh my god. Bishop f5. You're trading your blockader. By the way, is rook takes b2 lost? Bishop f5, g takes f5. We can play give up the knight. You lose your h3 pawn with check. You move the king. He takes here. This is a fucking really close endgame. but I gotta believe this is a draw. Maybe you're lost. My God. I can't believe you're lost. Even here. See if you can save this. It's lost. Shit. That's unbelievable. Wow. But I got a big question. I mean, why didn't you just take his bishop on c8? Come on. You got to take the bishop on c8. It's unfortunate, but he has perpetual check. I mean, this is a draw. And you could blow it and lose on time pressure somehow. But, I mean, he's also got to face threats. You know, you have serious threats like there. So he's probably going to take the draw by repetition. I mean, you got to do it. So this is just a time scramble loss. Rook d3 looked like a good idea, but it wasn't. Those pieces came out, man. Camel culture, what are we going to do? The guys came out of the cave dwellers. Hello, do you only analyze? Yeah. Only games from subs. Pilly M with watch streak reached. Currently on a 3-game streak. It's true. The cave dwellers killed you. I've done stuff like that. Don't worry. I mean, all right. So what do we got? Jopfa. This is King's Indian defense. But are you black or white? Is King's Indian defense, you know, asleep yet? Because he's like probably from India. You're still here. Are you white or black? You made an interesting move order. I mean, you played an interesting move order here with Bishop G5. I experimented with this move a lot. I normally, you know, will transpose mostly to Smyslov variations, but you know, Bishop G5 has some advantages. Like, you might not necessarily just play Knight F3 and E3. One thing that Black can do that's underrated is D5. The Gambe. They can play D5 anyway, but like the typical King's Indian player isn't going to do this. The Grunfeld player, well, wouldn't be playing Bishop G7, right? This is transposing to a Bishop G5 Grunfeld with the Gambit Bishop G7, which is a pretty good line. You know, if you really want to annoy White, this is a good move. You know, I don't know about the theory of inducing H6 or whatever, but if I'm Black, I would, you know, pretty much play anything here. D6, D5, castles, C5, all of the above. I mean, to be honest, like, I don't really love H6. It's okay, but you're not going to go Bishop H4, G5, Bishop G3, Knight H5. Are you? Oh, because of Bishop E5. Michael Road Quinteros, 1977. This actually happened. Oh my God. Michael Road the Goat ashore. Yeah, I knew that. Okay, never mind. So, okay, Bishop H4 is fine. But you went to F4. So you're playing a Gingy Angelo Young attack with Black having a free H6. You know, I just want to say that H6 is not necessarily not a constructive move. So I think I agree with the database that I prefer Bishop H4. H6 isn't necessarily a bad move. It's oftentimes a useful move. Yeah. It's both useful and weakening. Bishop f4. So you've given black a free h6. Now black castles, and I think that's kind of inflexible, you know. By the way, d5 transposes to a Grunfeld of sorts, I suppose. Bui Vinh, Vietnamese Grandmaster, who I beat 2-0 in a mini match. It was a double round robin GM tournament. The only time I ever beat a GM 2-0 in a double round robin. Bishop f4 castles. Don't play the Owen defense. And what you did here is okay, we're in the twilight zone, you know. I've experimented with stuff like what you're doing here in Blitz. I've played even like Queen C1 probably, you know. I've tried like everything that's feasible in these types of positions as far as Blitz goes. I mean, honestly, you've played C4 and D4. It's not the Jabava London or whatever. You know, you're normally not going to castle. You're not going to castle queenside. Tell me you're not going to castle queenside, okay? We're not going to do that. So queen d2 is a bit weird. Like, you're going to play queen d2. You're going to induce g5 or king h7, okay? But the plan isn't to just routinely continue. I mean, normally the queen would be better on c2. We're going to induce either king h7 or g5, and then react accordingly. King h7 has got to be better than g5. And so here I thought you would play like h4, but maybe that's too coffee house. But I think ultimately like your queen is misplaced. You know, another move that's reasonable is h3. And you played the move that this random game featured from Slovakia 1994, e4. But I mean, basically after e4, you got a kind of Averbach. Black plays d6, and now I would expect bishop e2. Transposing to an Averbach. Maybe if bishop e2, black can try like the Magnus style, like knight c6. I mean, obviously what black did with knight d7 is normal, but if you go here, you try to take out, you know, Black Lives Matter square. Look who played it. Great. Miso Sabalo played this variation for black. I think it makes a lot of sense. So, King's Indian, great King's Indian players, they understand d4 isn't protected. Miso was a nice guy. Passed away a couple years ago, sadly. Many times Croatian champion. Expert. F3 Nimzo. Dragon Sicilian. And a good sportsman. So you play knight f3. So now you're heading for bishop g4. I'm 100% down with bishop g4. Again, I think that black wants to focus on control of the dark squares. Your queen is slightly misplaced. This is a funny move because you're not pinning anything. But this is a Hungarian guy. He's like 1900 now. An older, like, FIDE master. Both these guys are like, they're from Debrecen, and they're like 1,000,000 years old. No, they're like 70s. They're from Debrecen or Nyíregyháza. Sorry, I had to go to Nyíregyháza. We played this guy's team. He still plays like bottom board. one of the bottom boards for their team. Borussia Volgi. Board 11. But no, I like bishop g4. And Forgotch castle queenside, but this is, you're being a maniac, you know, here. I think white should just play bishop e2 like a human being. Queenside castles is kind of crazy, and you're letting your pawn structure go there. I wouldn't do that. But anyways, all right, so he goes here. This is also interesting. Karsten Bürke. He's from Germany. I played Karsten Bürke. Yes. The Black Forest. No, it was a hedgehog. I was black and a hedgehog. It was a draw. 15 years ago. More. Karsten Bürke. Knight to c6. d5. Yeah, okay. And now we're going to b4 or b8. Oh, wow. He has the London trick, e5. Karsten busting the London trick. No relation to Inkiev. Ivliev. Bit to dust. So if e5, you're going to need to move your bishop again. No problem. Bishop e3, knight e7, and now h3. And frankly, I think that white has a reasonable position. Karsten Bürke didn't win the game. I'm practicing my U sound because we don't have that in English. They have it in German and Hungarian. U. I tell people I don't know that letter. It doesn't exist in my language. Sorry. But this is a reasonable, you know, what's it called? Makhaganov variation? I don't like what Volki got here. Wait, this is a pretty good game. I think the queen's on the wrong square, but that can be corrected. With the center closed like this, white can castle queenside, and it's viable, you know, and the bishop's diagonal isn't open. So the guy only lost because he's a weaker player. But whatever. All right, so what your opponent did was you went d5, he went back. I think this is also interesting. Maybe provoking. What would Magnus do? Anybody want to bet? Magnus would play knight b4. I've seen him do that in similar positions, right? We want to induce white to make like weird, ridiculous, like weakening moves. I mean, how many pawn moves are you going to make? You know, allow this. I think knight b4 is probably best. But Volke's move is also playable. But you'd end up in a Makhaganov. I have a question. Now that we're on the subject, can you do this? I want to make this work if it's possible. Do we have anything here? We got to be fast. The Fast and the Furious. Knight e4. Knight e4. Come on, bro. Wake up, Karsten. This has got to work. Oh no. Oh no. It's not going to work. Wait. Queen e7. I had a similar game to this. Wait, what's wrong with Rook e8? Rook e8 works too, no? We don't have... No need to do anything crazy. But I mean, Queen e7 might work too. No, Queen e7? Competition ready. It's playable for black. I had a game very similar to this. Queen h4. Unbelievable. g4, Rook e8. Bishop g2, f5. Bishop g7, king g7. Well, one of the reasons why I wanted to put the queen on e7 was to do that. You know, f3, f5. It doesn't really matter, though. I had a game just like this, you know, against somebody. and I lost the pawn in the same exact way. At least I lost the pawn actively, though. All right, anyways, knight b8. Knight b8, h3. Whoa, 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 whoa. Caveman, easy now. I wouldn't castle queenside. Okay, h4 is interesting. It's a caveman style. You don't have to do that. The computer's h3 is fine. You don't have to commit to castling. I think I like h3. Just play stable. Bishop g4 is a sort of positional threat. I think that's what you have to realize. So, yeah, h4 is total caveman. Yeah, this is slowing you down. Now knight h2. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess ultimately maybe black should not play bishop g4 now. White's king is on e1. It's a Benoni, and black needs to punish this h4. Yeah, knight g4 is possible, but that's not what I was thinking. I'm thinking open the center to punish this flank attack. What we need to do is like c6 or e6. Quickly, you know, while white's king is still in the center. I think you should just play normally, nothing crazy. You know, this is really like a blitz game type move. e6 is best, I guess. This is similar to some Nimzovich games I had with black. Probably bishop g4 doesn't help black. And why not go to d7? At least he would get some benefit from moving the bishop, you know. And his knight can still go to a6. Anyways. He ends up playing knight a6 anyway. Why did he put his bishop on c8 when d7 is better? Now you castle, so keep in mind the diagonal here. And then another weird move. I mean, it's very strange to prefer b1 to c2 here. This has just got to be the better move. And now you face what, e5. Okay, fine. Now you have a huge decision. Probably you're gonna not. You traded because you later opened the diagonal for the late square bishop. Yeah, it's a tough call. I would be happy to keep the center closed and just try to play it like a, you know, as far as I'm concerned, this is a Makaganov. You know, he can do this, probably. Trap one of your pieces with f5 and f4, but there, you know, now you do have this type of stuff. I don't know how good it is, but it's possible. That does have to be calculated. Well, there's some crazy stuff here. You might even have bishop g5. Nah. Does that work? Maybe. Well, it's not good. Takes, knight h5, g4. We got nothing there. Okay. Never mind. Doesn't work. Alright, so, anyway. D takes e6. This is controversial. And now your c4 pawn is hanging. You gave up the c4 pawn. You're like a caveman, real caveman. Boom, boom. Bam, bam, kill you. Well, if it's a blitz game, then I okay. Well, maybe now there's nothing better. You're kind of committed to this caveman thing. I mean, admittedly, like b3 is really ugly. I'd rather lose the pawn. It's a matter of time now. So he takes the pawn, and then you attack him. Sure. This is very strong. Now black is in critical condition. It makes you look like a genius, the way this game went down. The guy played bishop takes a2. Excuse me? Yeah, I know, it loses. Now you sacked your queen. Brilliantly. Now you're threatening bishop f8. Oh, I see. He sees that. So g4. g4 is possible. g4 looked good. It's pretty hard to see a move here for black. I guess rook h5 of all things. That could unbelievably... Maybe that could defend. Oh my god. So this is like... Seriously. g4 works. Because rook h5. Bishop e3. It's unbelievable. And after rook takes rook, king g7, you have bishop here, check, and you're going to win his queen. What is that message? Pilly, guys, what, you're sending me games too late now. I got a limit here. Alright, so that was a good game. This is Mischuk, right? This I am from Ukraine. Misichuk. I don't know anything about this guy. You know, but for the next time. Okay. So what time is it? 9:30? I started streaming when? At 6:30? 6:40? So we've done about a 3-hour stream. The kind of base, like how long I spend on the games, depending on how many games there are, you know. So if I know there's more games, I won't spend as much time on the games that I do. So that's why it's better to send me the games first. But I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Camel Culture. Oh, we're forgetting Camel Culture. Sorry. Camel Culture was first. Wait, where is Camel Culture's game? No, Camel Culture wasn't first. I didn't put Camel Culture's game in. Where's Camel Culture's game? I didn't put you in? Poor Camel Culture. Oh no. I neglected him. National Master and all. Totally forgot. I thought I put it in though. Maybe I grabbed it and then I forgot to put it in the study. We'll do Camel Culture. Since he's here. Alright. We'll do this one first. I think it came in first. I did skip you, but I'll do you now. Do me now. You're black. So this is the Miami Dolphins guy. I don't really know how good he is. I've seen the guy around for 30 years, but I never actually, it's odd, I never actually got paired against him, very strangely. He moved away from New England at some point, like, and then I moved here. So, and when I was living in Boston, he was like 2,200. But it's weird for me that people that were like younger than me are like 40 now. You know, it's just like, for me, this guy is like this 20, 30-year-old guy. Now he's like in his 40s. It's just really strange when you haven't seen people in a long time. Okay, so d4, d5, c4. He's a reasonable player from what I've seen. He's like an FM, but I always didn't think he was very strong. I guess he's decent. C4. The one thing that does stand out to me about this guy was that I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that he studied with this really weird Russian guy, Valery Franklak, who was kind of an idiot, and he would teach his students all this like random stupid shit, and we would kind of make fun of him. You know, the guy was like 2300, but he was strange and not a very strong player, I think, really. And so, honestly, his students were never very successful. Um, like bad variations, just like trappy kind of weird stuff. It's hard to be specific. He just wasn't a very strong player. He like pretended to be a strong player. He's like a Jewish guy. He lived in a Jewish community in Brookline outside of Boston, and he had a very strong contingent of these like Russian players who are, I guess, mostly Jewish, and they all followed him. And he had a huge contingent of these students of Jewish chess players, mostly like Russians, immigrants, and like all of his students just blindly played the openings he recommended, but the guy was he was really just not that good, you know. Um, no, just like crappy stuff that just wasn't good enough. And and I remember playing one of his students. He just repeated exactly the same crap, you know, that the coach taught him. The kind of just not a great player. Anyway, so c4, d takes c4, knight f3. We're playing the QGA. Knight f6, e3, and now we're in Twilight Zone. So, camel culture here. Um, yeah, like not second-rate openings. King's Indian defense. Second-rate openings. E3, B5. Wow. So, you know, this brings up this question to me, my perspective, about the whole Queen's Gambit accepted as an opening. Like, what is it? You know, is it an aggressive opening? It's not solid, because it's definitely not solid to like trade off your center and then counter attack. Normally that's the plan, right? We're giving up our center, and then we're gonna counter attack white with c5. A b5 is a move that often happens. No, it's the beginners think of it as a way to just try to hang on to the pawn. You know, you're a beginner, you're terrified, you're going to lose your pawn, I'm not going to get it back, black's going to play b5. We know that it's hard for black to hang on to this pawn. But b5, well, it's not the main line. It's a move. What's our intention? Trying to complicate, you know. By the way, Camel Culture, if you wanna play um, confusing weird stuff like the bishop e6, you should try. I mean, I think this might be objectively weirder and harder for white to kind of like grasp. You know, always for me, I always found bishop e6 to be hard to deal with, because it's like, what do you? Well, I didn't even know where to put my pieces with white against this move. You know, b5 is more defined. I mean, b5 does create weaknesses, and bishop e6 doesn't. So I prefer to play that if you want to play a weird variation. Um, but I don't know the theory. Like, there are games here. There are obviously high-level games here. You're gonna play it like a what do you call it? Note boom style, where white goes a4 and you play b4. There's, you know, another line that's kind of cool is what am I thinking of? Well, e6 doesn't work. Anyway, okay, that's a different story. Anyway, I don't know much about b5. So white plays a4, and now you can play c6, but that's kind of passive. So you play b4, they take, and then you played e6. Is there any other option here? One would assume. It feels like we're playing the Polish, doesn't it? Point is stopping knight c3. I would look at it in a broader sense. Like, the point is making the position like more imbalanced and complicated. You know, why are we playing b5 and b4? I got to assume we're playing for a win. We're not playing for a boring draw. You know, these positions can be very dangerous for white if you play like b3. Sometimes the c3 square falls, and that can become like an outpost for black. But I'm completely out of my element here. I mean, I've probably had this position with white. I've never played it for black. Castles, and now black to move. I mean, normally what you do in the Queen's Gambit Accepted is play c5. But I guess this is not a standard position anymore. So what's going on? I mean, we have a kind of backwardness along the c file, where if left forever, this is going to be an issue. We have breaks, c5 and e5. You know, you could potentially play like bishop d6, knight d7, and play for e5. I played a lot of St. George with black. This Polish field here is not that unfamiliar, but I really don't know what we're supposed to play. Okay, controlling the center, obviously, with bishop e7 is a good start. You played c5 right away. Wow. Theoretical novelty. I would play bishop e7, I think, just to, you know, focus on e4. We're making sure he's not getting in e4. And then we'll see. Bishop e7 feels a little routine. Man, you got to be careful there isn't some kind of crazy-ass gambit or something with e4. It's not great, apparently. You can take the pawn. But, you know, if I'm given a choice between bishop b7 and bishop b7, I would probably play bishop b7. So this is a totally new move. You're in the twilight zone now. And what can he do? 95. Oftentimes the way you get burned in these types of positions is like bishop back. You know, our old friend. I'd love to see. Oh, by the way, Camel Culture probably played him. You played Schieberspieler on our tournaments, right? Schieberspieler loves to play against the Queen's Gambit Accepted. This is probably a good scheme for white, where he can. The other thing that worries me is some sort of a5. Yeah. I think the way that Yanate played this may be a little routine. You know, Schieberspieler really knows his shit. Maybe b3 is good, you know, actually, but there might be better. Yeah, it looks like that. So let's take a look at the Lichess Opening Explorer, because there's no games here. Lots of games there. D takes c5, just that's lame. I just don't think so. I don't think that d takes c5 is appropriate here. I mean, maybe it's good for white, but trading queens, really. So There's only 7 games with a5, though it might be good. You know, this move is very tempting. It's threatening, obviously, queen f3. So you have to go bishop e7. And I was wondering what would happen if you like went back with bishop there. It looks slow, I admit, but let's see. It's only equal. So it's too slow. Computer likes d takes c5, but I'm not a huge fan. Queen e2, that's a standard move. And that threatens e4. That's got to be a good plan. So this is kind of lame. But maybe that's what he plays in the normal lines anyway. You know, so he's like used to this. But now white has to be really careful because I got my ass handed to me like multiple times because I lost control of the the c3 square. Later on in the middle game, if black gets a piece in on c3, it can be very problematic. So white has to be careful when he plays this move. More like long-term issues. It happened to me against this guy Hatan Batar. He's a Mongolian grandmaster. It was a b3. Queen's Gambit accepted. I lost the c3 square. So bishop e7. All right, fine. And now he doesn't play bishop e2. Really? He plays knight on bd2. Seems kind of weird. I mean, why play b3 and then not play bishop e2? Anyway, it just transposes castles, bishop e2, and now black has a very good score. Let's see if we transpose to any over the board games. Nope. But look, okay, Axel Bachmann. That's the only good game. The Paraguayan grandmaster. So bishop e7. You know, I still wouldn't be surprised if we transpose to a theoretical position. You don't understand? The idea of knight b3, mad NPC. Yeah, that can happen. White now played rook c1. Queen e2 main move. Knight on bd7. Yeah, and now you have a couple of ideas. I mean, like, there was one question whether you should play a5. If you play a5, you lose the b5 square, oftentimes forever. So you probably want to be careful about doing that. But rook c8, you know, c7 is not so good on the rook. So I like, you know, oftentimes putting my queen on b8. Fred says don't move pawns. Oh, brother. Queen e2, here we go. Now rook c8. This has got to be a transposition. It is. So we've actually transposed back into a normal-ish sort of b3 QGA now. A bunch of GM games. Queen e2, rook c8, number one move. Obviously, if you play queen b8, you know, you block your rook on a8 here, and then rook fd1, very standard, and now queen c7, which is a really bit of a weird choice by Chemiculture. Putting his queen onto the file with a rook on c1. I mean, the problem is if you go to b6, you're just going to get hit by bishop d3, knight c4. That's even worse. But here's where we start talking about the c3 square. All right, like this. That could happen. You know, if that happens, the shit can hit the fan. Like the dark squares could go. And then, you know, Fred was right about not moving pawns. That's what happened against Hatan Batar here. Oh shit, Abhijit Gupta against Mariasan. The dude's like 35 years younger. Had a bit of an advantage there. He played bishop a6 and traded off his late square bishop. Solid choice from 2600. But knight d5 is a cheapo. Here's the thing, if you go here, you have to worry about this, and this, and this, and that, you know. So there is a really interesting move, rook c7. It's a Karpovian. It has a couple of points. Like you could potentially move your queen laterally. You would avoid the Abhijit Gupta trap. Although this guy traded, I would say at least it's theoretically possible you could avoid the exchange of bishops. But I mean, you know, at the very minimum, you could trade on your terms, like queen c8, bishop takes, queen takes. This happened in the game. Wow. John Bartholomew game. Exact position. Crazy. So, rook c7. So I can't believe it. The queen c7 has been played in a bunch of games. So, I mean, Abhijit Gupta still has a point here. The box set grandmaster Anton Smirnov has a game with white where he lost. I don't know. Well, I mean, I just think this position is kind of weird. I don't know what to do. Someone even played a5, but I mean, that weakens the white squares kind of permanently. I like rook c7 the best. But it turns out that Camelculture's move is okay. What about pawn takes pawn, though? You know, we didn't really look at this. This is what most of the strong players played. Now, white doesn't want to take with the pawn. This is not a good IQP. I think that Camelculture is trying to win with black, but this is a problem in the Queen's Gambit Accepted. Like, what exactly is our goal? Are we playing the Queen's Gambit Accepted for a draw? Are we trying to win? Is it an aggressive opening? Is it solid? No. Like, what exactly is its deal? Some people think it's solid. That's stupid. It's not solid. It's sort of middle of the road. But I mean, are we really playing a symmetrical structure here for a win? So I can understand, you know, Camelculture not wanting to go into symmetrical structure, but it looks like black has nothing better. I would think bishop takes. Attacking a7. Another Mariasin game. So anyways, you keep the tension, and then white has e4. Damn, bro. You were asking for that. You were asking for that. You got it. And he had played so tight until now. So you have the shelf on an elf with queen f4. He's begging you to play this. I'm not really afraid of g3. Play e5 and attack. Well, I mean, dude, you've got a bishop on b2, though, you know. Ridiculous for black. Dude, I mean, what's he going to do with this? That's blocked by his own pawn now. Look at my bishop. I mean, my bishop's open. Hello? And this one is closed. So I'm not convinced, you know. Okay, we need to score for knight. We probably go to d5. Maybe white is better, but it's tricky. you know? Do you have enough control of that? You suggested what? Bishop d3? But I mean, this is where this sort of shit really happens, you know? It's not about pawns. I mean, e4 is a risky move by white. Let's see what the engine says. Queen f4 is second best move. Queen f4 is the best move. Oh, fuck. Slaggy outplays 3 Grandmasters. No. There's only 1 Grandmaster. Actually, Ivanov may be just an IM. I'm not sure. Mikhail Ivanov. But anyways, he has a strong sounding name. I think he is a weak GM. Okay. E4. Slaggy's #1 move. And you guys make fun of it, you know? Campbell doesn't play it. Arsenal says Black's position's terrible. Black's is slightly worse, but this is a good move. That's the elf on the shelf square. You have to know. That's the problem with the shelf. And we just go here. You know, this is... Sorry, yeah. Mouse slip, sorry, resigns. There. Maybe white is slightly better. But this is passive. Much more passive than Queen f4. You played Queen f4? Ah. I was looking at the other games. I just assumed you play like the other Grandmasters. Oh, nice job. All right. I never look ahead because it's not fun. I like it to be a surprise. I just assumed you did what all the other strong masters did. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You found it. Elf on the Shelf Master. Queen f4. Best move. And now he's regretting e4 a little bit. But you embraced the complications with this move, which is what you got to do against a weaker player. I know Yanate is probably the same rating as you, but come on. He's never been a strong player, and he's not bad, but I think you have potential. You have more potential, and that's what really matters. So you got to treat it like, you know, you're trying to win. Even if he's 5 rating points higher than you, I don't know. But whatever. Even if he's 100 points higher than you. Bishop b5. Okay. So we just go rook fd8. What else? Of course. Everything's fine. And now... Boulder Open. Wasn't that where Mork and Mindy was from? A little before your time. Is anybody here old enough to remember that TV show, like Robin Williams' Breakthrough, where he was an alien? All right, that was Boulder. They lived in this story. They lived in Boulder, Colorado. This is the Boulder Open. Yanate played so solid, and then it was like e4, now d5. What is that? A Sealer Sweeper sacrifice? Sorry for doubting you, Cow Culture. He's coming apart. Pawn takes pawn. He does a Sealer Sweeper. What? Say what? I don't understand. I mean... Oh, he's got d7. Shit. Okay, so it's this tactical trick. Pawn takes pawn, e5, knight e4. But even that looks playable for you, no? You take back with the pawn, attacking f3. e5. And then knight e4. And so now, if he takes, you just take back on e4. And then if he takes on d7, you just take on f3. You're like crushing him. e6 was best. Okay. That's analysis. e6 was best. And We have to take it, presumably. Now, does he have some sort of trick? Like bishop d7 here? What the hell is going on? Rook d7, knight e4, pawn e4, rook d7, pawn f3, queen e6 check, and we like die. So e6, you can't play pawn takes pawn, it looks like. You would have to have gone here, but you would have found it. And then after pawn takes pawn check, king takes. It's a little scary, to say the least. But knight takes knight, knight takes knight, knight e knight. There's nothing clear. He has a check, who cares? So he blunders with bishop takes d7. Now he's expecting rook takes d7. Rook d7, knight e4, pawn e4. I'm not even sure what's going on there. Maybe he has a e6 thing again. Here, if rook d7, knight e4, pawn e4, rook takes, and then pawn takes, and then maybe he can hang on here. He has the shot, queen c4. God. All right. So you did a good job calculating. He thought he had you, and you have this in-between move. So if he takes on c8, knight takes f3 check, queen takes, pawn takes, and now, well, either way, this is a tremendous exchange sack for black. Tremendous. Like, probably take with a rook. I know bishop takes is tempting too, because you would cover this diagonal. That is a very, very promising position for black. Even though you only have one pawn for the exchange, your bishop is an absolute monster. I mean, no way white isn't clearly worse here. Yeah, it's like lost worse. Worse than clearly worse. So he underestimated this, I guess, and only realized after you intended to sack the exchange. So he recaptures now. He just sucks it up and leaves you with this very powerful central pawns and the bishop pair. Is he banking on e6? So he's banking on e6. But now it's kind of like a one-trick pony. That had to be like a very serious miscalculation. And so you've got the queen protecting f7. The point is you just move your rook. Obviously he sees stuff like this. He's clearly very tactically oriented. He's good at doing puzzles. He's not a strategic genius like Camel Culture. Rook here, bishop e5, he saw that as well. Very deep. But this is simple. And that's it. You're left with the monster pawns. You're up a pawn, right? And you have the bishop pair. Not just the fact that you're up a pawn, but the position of those pawns, where they control every fucking square on the 4th rank, and they shut down all of his play along those files. It's just like over. This is over. So now he tries this. Obviously you have queen f5. Now he takes. But he's got nothing. This is over. He's just lost. This is just lost. Or queen h5. Yeah. Queen h5 as well. So, 1 second. There's no other move for white, right? I mean, the nice thing about queen f5, as opposed to queen h5, Ars, is that it stays in contact with e6 as well. You know, I think it's more central. But it doesn't matter at the end. And now he's grasping at straws, queen b5. But this is a winning structure. And the bishop pair on top. He's just, yeah, I mean, there's no plan. We do have to be careful, though. You know, it's tempting to want to attack him, but it's also like tons of winning endgames for black. So I think you should be careful here. You know, a7's hanging. This is fine. Knight g5. Is it a big deal? He's gonna try it, of course. And now obviously queen e6 check. Takes. Forking your rook and your c5 pawn. And your bishop on f8. So if he does it, chop, rook e8. He has to take. And this is a winning endgame for black. Maybe not so easy, you know. But should be winning, I think. No. Oh, bishop d6 check. Shit. Oh, shit. So we can't. Well, the only winning move is rook takes e5. Wow. And then he has knight d7. And rook e7. And then, wow, here you have boom. And rook c2. Boom. Bishops are better than knights. Look at that. So nice. He doesn't have anything. So he tries f4. And now you made a mistake, apparently, with h6, according to the engine. Camel might be in time pressure, I don't know. I assume this guy plays fast. I have no idea. But the style of play is very shallow. No, fairly shallow. I mean, he's a master, but positionally it was awful. h6, and he goes into that endgame. Now his bishop's not hanging. Yeah, so he has chances to survive. This is a better version of what I just looked at. But I mean, the guy, you know, he needs to be realistic here and like take your bishop and grovel for a draw. To learn to grovel with the best of them. Instead, he was greedy and played bishop d4. I mean, I guess he can still bail out. c4. Bro, he played b takes c4. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. I mean, the position is unpleasant for white, but he cannot afford to give you two connected passed pawns. That's literally game over. Unless he has a tactic. Did he think he had a tactic? He thought he had a tactic with take, knight takes f8. Take, knight takes f8. This is the point. Here he goes again. He thinks he has a tactic. Oh, fuck. Bro, check this out. So camel culture going beyond the normal depth of random noob. If you take with a rook, he takes a c4. If you take with the king, his bishop c5 check. Can I look at that for a minute? Just asking for a friend. Check, takes, rook takes. We're not losing this position, right? In fact, you might be winning. I'm kind of curious about this line. What do you guys think? Maybe it works. I'm optimistic. The pawns are strong, but white could creep in and get like perpetual check or something with the two rooks. Arsenal's always overconfident. Arsenal always tacos out. No, he never tacos out. It's close. No, white has a move. Shit. He has a move. Fuck it. Rook d4. Is there another move we can go to? Yeah. Yeah. So, maybe it's the same difference. No, you have bishop c6, maybe. How does that work? It doesn't matter. It just doesn't seem to matter. Bishop d5, it's all the same shit. He's going to sack the exchange back. So you get a rook endgame, but you have a5 with the protected passer on b4. It's real close. I mean, you can play it, instantly with absolutely promising winning chances, but maybe your line is also good, Honestly, I might not have had the... I don't think I would have had the... You need time to find this move. The forethought to play rook d6. Does it work? I mean, it feels like the kind of move that, yeah, it looks great, but the guy probably has some miraculous way out of it. No, this is the kind of thing where I would get fucked, doing this. I would miss something like bishop c3. Yeah, that's what he did. Apparently f5 is best, threatening knight e6. So yeah, f5. But the point is, what is the point? What is the point anyway? Shit, it's just another exchange sack. After f5, you would have had to do it anyway. And then bishop takes g7. No? This is better. Why? Here, rook takes, same variation. It's basically the same shit. Rook takes c4. And this would have happened anyway. a5 check, king e7. We would have got to the same endgame where you have excellent chances to win, but I'm not sure if it's a win or not. f5's weaker though. That probably makes his position significantly worse. He misses it. Plays bishop c3, which is what I expected. And now what? c3. Damn. You obviously must have considered c3. He who finds rook d6 can find c3. You got to drop your rook with check on the back rank, and that's not going to work. So how does it work? No, if c3, he's got to move his knight somewhere. Let's say knight g6. Where does he go? You still have another pawn, that can queen with the help of the bishop on e4. This shit is crazy. The engine line is knight e6, rook c4, bishop e1. Dude. That knight is really screwed. Wow. Black is still clearly better. It's like winning according to the engine. So you bailed out here. You bailed out. You must have considered rook takes, but then either way, okay. So check, yeah. And now king f7, and yeah, this looks like it's also better for black, but the guy obviously has a he has a blockade now. This is not the same. It's a very sharp endgame still, but you no longer have two connectors, and he does have a Darkshore blockade. So your c4 pawn is not going through. You're going to need to win, you know, by other means. King f2, bishop e4, g3. That's, I mean, honestly, if I were him, I think I would probably play bishop c3. Well, no, I guess you have threats. Well, I mean, you could go into b3. But anyway, okay, whatever. g3, bishop d3, and now you're threatening to go to the b file, but he has rook e1. Rook e1's risky, so he blockades. And now, again, you have this and this. So in this position, you're still better. Because rook e8, you know, rook e1 doesn't help you, it helps him. But I mean, obviously this is a tricky situation because you could even fuck up and be worse if you let him get active. If his rook gets on the 7th rank somehow, you know, gets in, you got to be first. If you go here, you know, he can go doing active stuff too. So I mean, I guess you were like rational to take the draw. But that's a shame. Here's your last chance. But it's a draw. I mean, I was looking at rook b8. This is the thing, okay, his king comes up, you go to like b3. He can play, I thought, king d4, but whatever. He can just do this. I mean, I would try to beat him. I don't think, you know, if you're careful, anything drastic could go wrong. But it's a draw at that point. All right. So finally, Mischuk versus Diecast Illusion. I'm going to save the Pili game for next time. Miro on the Edge also. It's been a long stream, so I'm going to have to save you guys for next time. Next time, send the games in early and often. Copy, learn, study, new study. You guys can change them if you want, but I'm going to do them next week. My studies, new study, here. Analysis. Those are saved for next time. I got to eat dinner. I didn't eat. I'm going to do one more game and then we're out. Here. So next week is what? That was Eugene Unate. April 7th. Stream. Why is it not letting me type? The fuck? Why wouldn't it let me type? Why are you being a biatch? Why is it being a biatch? There. Why? Stop that. April 7th. Paste. Here. That's chapter 1. And who's that? Chapter 1. And Diecast Illusion. Wait, no. Pili. Counterculture, tough game. I mean, you put the life in the game, and I mean, admittedly, he fought back with e4 and tried to play a little bit, but I felt like you pretty much dictated the course of the game. Usually I lose when I do that. That's the worst, when you lose and you feel like the opponent didn't do anything. You were trying to win the whole time. He was just like defending or yeah, but your crazy opening move order there with b5. Got the feeling you were kind of winging it, which is good sometimes, because creative. All right, where's my other study? Here, Pioneers. All right, where's my study? There it is. All right, last game for today. So Mischuk against Diecast Illusion. Simul, I guess. Slav. We love the Slav. All right. So he plays knight c3, and you go gambit. Thanks for the gift sub. Who was that? Camel Culture gifted a gift sub, right? To D's Tricks. Yeah, so I mean, obviously you can just transpose to normal variations, but d takes c4 is the sharpest way to play. And you're threatening e5. Korchnoi, I think, played this line with white. White's best move is probably knight f3, though, I would assume. I don't know if it's like a full-fledged inaccuracy. You can even play the winnower counter gambit. Larry Tapper played that against me. I have the game somewhere. I had this. It was like maybe one of the most brilliant games I ever played with white. And that's it. But this is the acid test. But I would think like knight f3, man. I don't think it's bad for white. b5. This would be right up. Camel Culture loves playing b5. He just loves b5. It's like a hump, one hump. It's a single hump. e4, all right. And then now you have e5 though. So now black has two good lines. You like b5? And I kind of, yeah. Try playing the St. George. I used to do that all the time. But now you have these two choices, and they're both fun. b5 and e5. Okay, we got another b5. So it's called Slav Gambit Alekhine attack. Okay, so there's a famous, well, this is the famous Uwe Alekhine game. I mean, Alekhine Uwe, where Uwe sacked a piece. I don't remember if it was the second match, I think, when Alekhine spanked him, in revenge. I believe. The first match, he wasn't taking him seriously. The second match, he took him seriously and he beat him. But anyway, Uwe was one of the first great players who really popularized the Slav. It wasn't that popular until Floor and Uwe. This like around World War II era. I mean, obviously it was played, but it feels like obviously there's games, but Slav was kind of late to develop. So b5, and now a4, b4. That's Kasparov Spidler, right? Of course, knight f3 has gotta be a move. I always like, well, in the old days, FIDE was like, in a Western or European country, not like under the auspices of Mordor. Uwe later became like president of FIDE or something. So I imagine knight f3 is fine, but okay, you've got e5. We play knight f3. Yeah, so here we're heading for note boom territory after e6, or Geller Gambit, right? Knight f6 transposes to a Geller Gambit. But black doesn't have to do that. I mean, I almost want to make e5 work, but I think that's too much. So it looks like, unfortunately, bishop g4 is not. I played a lot of Geller Gambit type stuff with white, and when you play b5, you usually don't put the bishop on g4 because it's kind of like a Ruy Lopez or something. I mean, these pawns and the b7 square, you're gonna need this guy over here. Any good Polish defense player knows that. Yeah, bishop b7 is theoretically possible. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why it's not possible. But I guess it doesn't have to go there right away. So whatever. I mean, another move that's theoretically possible is a6. Kind of similar to bishop b7. So now we transpose to Geller Gambit. And now he plays my favorite, Spassky's queen c2. I have a million blitz games from this position with white, but most of them dating back to pre-stream times, you know. I was playing this with white in blitz like from the late 90s in millions of games. I always like queen c2 because it's not as committal as a4. Everyone, I mean e5 and a4, everyone plays that one variation of the Geller Gambit, but it's, you know, it's kind of like too analyzed. So occasionally I would get a bishop g4, and that move's actually playable, but, you know, e6 is the main move. And so now, yeah, I would normally just play bishop e2. E5 doesn't make as much sense now. I mean, I always looked at it this way too, like in the Geller Gambit in the main line, like e5 is inflexible and it's not that constructive. Queen c2 at least it's like a developing move. So here, I mean, white has limited options. Bishop g5, a4, bishop e2, maybe b3. But the thing is, when you play b3 in these type of positions, you have to be prepared for the c3 protected pass pawn type thing, you know? Like, how are you going to live with that in the long run? Once at Aeroflot, Babakuly Anikov, I went to the top. I played in the second division, like 2,400 feet and below, and what's his name? Babakuly Anikov was playing the top group, and he had like this kind of position with white against Holmov. I was like, bro, Holmov was like 80, and so I think that Anikov like didn't take him seriously, but he allowed that. You know, I was like, bro, what's going on? And he lost. He lost to like 80-year-old Ratmir Holmov. This was in 2004. But I mean, come on. I mean, the guy was like extremely ancient. He was like one of those Trents from The Lord of the Rings. But I mean, no wonder he lost. He allowed the guy, you know, to get this like crazy protected pass pawn on c3 and thought he could like outplay him from there. I mean, come on, dude. Give him some respect. So you got to be careful about playing b3. I mean, if you play b3 and b4, like I've done this. I've sacked the piece sometimes. You know, maybe you do some sort of weird like piece sacrifice or something. I don't know. I mean, but yeah, you got to be careful about b3. So bishop e2 normally is what I would do. Looks like Blue Bomb has a bunch of games here. Wow. I haven't played this in a long time. There's a Korchnoi game from 1991. All right, but anyway, bishop g5 could be okay. It could transpose to something else. This is very passive now. You're playing Semi-Slav, a Botvinnik Semi-Slav now. You can put your queen on b6. Dude, bishop takes f6, g takes f. The queen's on c2. Usually not in this variation. But more solid to go like here. Any type of e5, of course, is h6. This is passive, and I mean, if you look at like old games like Pillsbury, this exchange of bishops is normally Marshall, Pillsbury. The exchange of bishops is a good one for white theoretically. So you have to be careful. I mean, if you play too routinely, you're going to end up in a situation where this exchange leaves you with kind of bad bishop. Okay, it's complicated because you're up a pawn and whatever. But anyway, I'm just saying I feel like black should play more sharply here. This is literally a Botvinnik variation where white has put the queen on c2 too early. So it almost by definition has to be inaccurate for white. Like this doesn't look right, you know. Knight d7, a6, queen b6. Even queen a5 is possible. I think if you go queen a5, white maybe comes back. I don't know, you know. I would assume, looking at the check defense today, it's probably coming back. You know, then you move again and you can play games, and I don't know. You know, yeah, of course, even queen a5 is possible. h6 is possible. Looks like h6 might be the best. That's like a Moscow variation, sure. But anyways, so it's interesting. This is kind of passive. e5, knight d5, bishop e7. And so now you have to watch out for knight e4, knight d6, like my favorite, and, you know, everybody's favorite, Martian. He's going to take with the queen. Knight e4 is possible. But, you know, I've had a lot of games, of course, where black sacks the exchange. Like, you could get this kind of thing, obviously, where what normally happens is at some point black will sack the exchange for like a knight and two pawns, and it's unclear. But in any case, white needs to develop. So this is not really good. You know, now I don't think so. So bishop e2, castle, castle, and now a5. But why a5? What is a5? Why a5? You need I mean, maybe it's not a bad move. You play bishop a6. a5, a4, if allowed, actually could be good. You're kind of you're kind of threatening a5, a4. All right, a5 might be okay. But you know, maybe more solid, obviously, is something like a6 playing for c5. a5. Part of the plan here might be one of these deals. I've had a lot of games that gone like that. I have billions of games with this type of position with white, mostly in blitz, but I also used to play like gambits against this the note boom. I have a lot of practice. Yeah, now white did 94. Remember, this is an IM with white, not just a random dude, although it's a simul. I don't know, I just still think that maybe it would be more businesslike not to play a5. Bishop b7. If knight e4, like I said, We're prepared to sack the exchange. Ringdal Hansen here against Lalum. He's an organizer from Oslo. Played in one of his tournaments once. H6. And now knight d6. And the plan will be to get rid of that guy. Meduna won here. Black sacked the exchange. Exactly what I'm talking about. But objectively, you know, it feels like black is okay. Put his queen on a weird square there with queen c7. White is slightly better. All right. Anyways, let's see what you did. So a5, I don't know. I'm on the fence about that. Knight e4, and then knight e7. But now I really don't get a5. No, maybe the plan was to go here, or maybe the plan was to go here. The engine likes a4. That prevents a4 by white, which is also consistent. You know, so I think you played a5 without a real plan. Knight e4, threatening knight g5 sometimes, obviously. Knight d7. If knight g5, he induces you to play g6, but that may not be a big deal. White plays b3, and now I had a similar game in a blitz tournament against this guy, Shmelov, which I lost. We had something like this, you know, basically this gambit. He had later played a5, and we got to the almost same position. White's down a pawn, but he has compensation. As long as black doesn't get in c5. So b3 is reasonable. Now knight f4, but that doesn't seem right, you know. I mean, your problem is these pieces. Particularly the bishop on c8, right? So I guess black was concerned about this or something, but you know, you could play like rook a6 or something. You're not in any danger here. So you should just take on b3 and then defend your pawn. Admittedly, like, this is not ideal. Actually, you have knight b4 too. So I mean, I end up like with this against Shmelov, something like my queen on b1, his knight on b4, and I'm still aiming at h7, but it was a tough game. It was a blitz tournament. It was a typical gambit position I ended up losing. But I mean, knight f4 is just going off, and you know, that was your best piece, and trade. Okay, now he needs to get, you know, off the pin. What to do with white? Maybe you'll play b4, even. You know, another option that black has here that needs to be, you seriously need to consider the oftentimes last resort, but we may need to play f6 just to breathe, you know. Rook fc1, and now you play knight b6. So I can see not taking and keeping the tension. I don't know what to do. You know, I mean, this move is the first one that pops in my head. I'm just like, get me out of here, you know. Get me out of here. I'm up a pawn, man. You're not up a pawn. Wow, I was thinking you're up a pawn. You're not up a pawn. Doesn't matter anyway. I just want to get some air. Yeah, of course this move is slightly risky. Elvin Prodigy following. Thanks for the follow, guys. How's Arthanel? He's named Arthanel now. 3,375 hit points. He's about a third of the way gone on hit points. Arthanel. So I know f6 is somewhat risky, but let's try to destroy his center at some point. You know, another move you could do, and it's ugly, but to take. Why don't you just take? You're like overthinking this. Just take and play c5. You're gonna play c5. You should have taken before bishop a6. Sure, fine. He can't take it, but the point is to play c5. Why don't we play c5 right away? Let's ask another question. Why don't we play c5 right away? Well, he can take here, he can take here, he can go here, right? There's a couple problems. But if you take, here's the point. It's not about hanging on to the pawn. That's the thing. But I think, you know, you're going to try to equalize with c5. Now maybe we'll hang onto the pawn, but not with the intention of grimly hanging onto the pawn. We're just going to hang on the pawn long enough to like inconvenience him. So we go here, he goes like knight d6, we get free. You know, he takes on c4 and you equalize. Well, actually this is even good for you because of knight b6. So, yeah. You got to free yourself and destroy his center. You just bought time. Not sure what this does. And that's, see, now it's a different ball game. Now you're, yeah, this is fucked, man. This is fucked. Very hard to coordinate your position now. It's gonna be a long game. He's gonna deposit a knight on d6, and you have an outside pawn, right? And a strong knight on d5. But it's a shit show. I don't know who's better now. You might well be better, but you got to play, you know, probably b4. Although this is a problem. What about f7? You guarded g5, okay. Here, here, yes. Now he's threatening knight g5. Maybe rook b8 was too fancy. You know, why rook b8? Just go b4. This rook might well be useful where it is. Playing f6, man. But it's hard to coordinate black's position. I think you're going to need to play f6, actually. And we'll take our chances. It's a Caro-Kann of sorts. You've got your camel culture knight on c3, the f6 break. Yeah, he has chances, but you have your chances too. And play on the f file. So, like queen d2, f6, let's go. I've lost enough games with white in these gambits to know that this is a very sharp situation, and it's hard to really evaluate like who's better. Camel Culture subscribed. Self-subscriber for 12 months. 12 months. Dude, you're a hardcore follower. Rook fb8, h4. Clearly he's threatening knight g5, which is going to be hard to deal with. So when you play b4, I have a question. Why didn't he go here? Oh, you have knight check and knight e2. So knight c3, queen h5. Yeah, it's still messy though. You know, this might actually be, that might actually be good for you. Okay, so knight c3 is a threat. So he played queen e4. That's not crazy. That's crazy. He's got this, huh? You didn't play knight c3 now. He's gonna sack the exchange or what? What's going on here? Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it looks like a blunder. I expected him to play queen d2. Can anyone tell me what's going on after b4, queen e4, knight c3? There's a problem. Rook c3, he sacks the exchange. And then plays knight g5. Wow, he must have seen this with the engine. That wins, apparently. So you didn't miss anything. Your best move. You played the best move. h6 was the best move. Okay. And now he's out of plans. So he plays g4, caveman, and now you did it. And now he sacks the exchange, and it's a shit show. Your c6 pawn is hanging. He's threatening some kingside stuff, but you might have just enough counterplay with that c pawn. If he takes the c pawn, you have c2. It's really hard to come up with a forward move, because queen takes c6 is very disruptive. Maybe you need to just protect your c6 pawn. I think what you did now is, I don't know. I regret rook b8. I really do. I think like f6 would have been a safer approach. You can't really do h6 and f6. So it's like one or the other. And I think it would be better to have defended with f6. So this move is super, super scary. g5. There's no good option. I guess taking is knight takes. Then you have to play like g6. How bad is it? I mean, to take. It's bad. It's a double threat. You can't take. So you played rook b2. And now he's like super careful. Rook c1. Rook b8. Rook takes c3. And that's joining the attack now. Oh, man. Oh, man. Instructive game. So white has some serious threats. And any King's Indian attack player or Catalan player knows this idea. Damn. So this is, it has a very strong routine feel. Like he really plays this a lot. He knows this motif, you know, coming here. Check. And then notice how f1 is covered. You have rook bb1. The bb's. His king is actually completely safe on h3, which is a big problem. It looks like you're not really threatening anything. I mean, rook g1 check, and what? You know, what then? So apparently he blundered. But I can't blame him for this so-called blunder. What is the problem with this move? It looks very strong. What are we missing? Check? What, like bishop f1 check? What is going on here? Check takes and what? I am blanking. You mean you just have king h7? So, whatever. Check here, takes, f takes, king g7. I was expecting king h7, I don't know why. But apparently queen, this is a tough move to find, man. I mean, that looks very passive. I would have assumed king here, but what's going on? You're lost anyway after knight g4. Very hard to find queen f8. In time pressure. That was tough, dude. It doesn't look like it should be enough, but it is. What is it? Like, white's still better. It's crazy. He has d5. C takes d5, c6. Yeah, I thought you had king h7, but it's even worse here, and now knight g4. You can't defend in a normal way now. Mate in 10. Checkmate is unavoidable. Queen h4 was best. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to defend these type of openings. You got to be an expert. Yeah, you're lost here. But the guy, he really knows what he's doing. He made like one inaccuracy with his queen f4. But this is crazy that you're holding this with queen f8. That's insane. The variation is insane. d5 or h5, d5 takes, c6, a4, c7, a3. Oh my god. Yeah, no, fun game. I mean, the guy plays really well. He had an interesting game. I mean, you look at the analysis on that, I would check it out. It looks like a lot to think about. I gotta go. Dinner time for me. It was a long stream, guys. We'll be back tomorrow around 1 o'clock for some for some blitz challenges. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Good stream. Glad to not lose my internet today. Thanks for the like donations and gift subs. We had a few. All right, guys. I'll be panhandling again tomorrow. So bring your change. Take care. Saeeds, welcome back.